Hello and welcome to my new Create series, mostly focused on, of course, Create, but also various other mods such as Farmer's Delight for its fun food making, Terralith for its fun new biomes, Chipped for its great array of block types, and sophisticated backpacks to make my life just a little bit easier. My plans for the series are to build a whole array of different factories using crates splattered across the world, with trains connecting them up to bring them back to one central area, among other ideas that we will get into later. Also a little note, the first video was actually recorded over quite a few sessions, so my voice changes a bit, sorry about that. But anyway, let's get started, shall we? So here we are in our brand new world. One of the first things I see is that building over there, but I don't know if that's a witch's hut. Oh, actually, speaking of the devil, I see a witch right there, which might be actually from that building, but either way, I don't plan to go over there because I'll probably die. First thing I would like to do is start the Minecraft, you know? Start hitting some trees, getting some wood, making us some brand new tools. There we go, we got some tools. I cut down a tree, which for some reason decided not to actually cut itself down. But anyway, let's go and get some more resources. Now there we go, we've managed to make ourselves a nice full set of iron armor. We got iron pickaxe, iron sword, even got some iron left over, and a shield, and of course a sleeping bag as well to make our lives a little bit easier when we're going out into the world. Now the thing I want to do next is to actually go find a village. I didn't find one when I was gathering resources, but hopefully we can go and find one out in the world. I think I'm just going to head straight north where there is a cherry grove, and hopefully we can go find some interesting biomes on top of our village finding. I honestly love the new cherry groves. I haven't actually really played Minecraft with them actually part of the game yet. I've been playing previous versions, and oh, we even got some honey. I believe bees might actually spawn a little bit more often in the cherry grove, so I think, oh yeah, wow, there's quite a few beehives around here. I think we'll definitely be borrowing, quote unquote, these bits of honey. But we also now appear to be in a Yellowstone biome. Honestly, this is one of my favorite biomes in the Terralith mod. It's so pretty. This one, bluntly, is probably not the prettiest Yellowstone biome, but I do enjoy all the different colors, all the sands, all the little like bits of steam coming out of the ground. Is that a mangrove swamp? I didn't think mangrove swamps could actually spawn next to a biome like this. It seems very strange, and it, at least according to the map, it doesn't look very big either, but I think we should probably grab some popules. And honestly, oh, I have never I've never dealt with mangrove popules before either, so I have no idea how these even work. I think, is it because I have to wait for a mature one? Ah yes, that's what it is. Almost destroyed a bunch of popules for no reason. Now I'm thinking I'm probably just gonna follow this river. It seems like a good option to do because there is a bunch of hillier mountainous terrain in front of us, so I like to follow the rivers and see what we find. Now there is an azalea tree here, which probably means that we're near some lush caves, so that should be interesting should we come across them. I also love these red trees, they're so pretty. I wish I could just take these leaves and take them to a different biome, but because of how Terralith works, they will only appear that way in this biome. Now, I think... oh, falling into the water. I think I'm seeing some lush caves by the looks of it. And oh wow, that's a big one. And that spider is having one hell of a time spinning around. Oh, okay, they got bored. But this is a great lush cave biome. It's absolutely massive. I'll have to come back here at some point and grab some of the moss, some of the bushes and the sweet berries from the ceiling, but that should be a lot of fun. I'll be back soon. Oh, I was about to say, if we look on our map, it looks like we found a village, but the village is already here. It was right next to the caves, which is actually very convenient. Okay, let's start having a look-see. Okay, we've got some feathers, we got some food. I'll be taking all of this. Meeting our first villager. Oh, who just through the door behind them. Who's this? What's their name? Concha? That's a nice name. We also have some more stuff out here. We got some clay, some bread. I will be taking the stone cutter because I'm sure I'm going to be making use of it. Oh, our first emerald. Perfect, perfect. I'm probably going to have to go and make myself a backpack at some point because I do have sophisticated backpacks installed. And to make that, we do need some leather, a chest, and some string, which is not too bad, but I'm going to have to go find those resources. We got some more emeralds, some more clay, etc. Some onions. And honestly, I should probably actually start eating some of this bread because I'm hungry. And here we seem to have some kind of church, which, ooh, okay. We have our first waystone, which I have not found one yet in the world. Jaguarocada. That's totally a name that I totally understand. If anybody has any recommendations for this village, I know we haven't seen that much of it so far, but if anyone has any recommendations for this village name, feel free to leave it in the comments, because honestly, I have no idea what to name it. But this does seem to be some kind of church. We have actually a lot of villagers here. It must be a certain time of day and they're all coming around the bell, but there's a lot of them here. What do you sell? Bane of Arthropods. Not what I want. Personally, but it's there, I guess. I guess I could also take some of these glowberries as well. I will still be going to that lush cave biome, but might as well get some stuff now while we're here. Just some more bread, some rotten flesh. Not sure if we're going to use any of that, but I will also take this brewing stand. Not sure if I'm going to use that either. Do I take the bookcases? The answer to that question is yes, by the way. Sorry to the people who live here, but I need the books more than you. I am noticing that the sun is potentially starting to set. Well, not quite starting to set, but it's getting lower in the sky, so I might have to sleep overnight here. There is plenty of beds, so I can certainly do that. Ooh, now an important thing is probably crops. Goodbye, dandelion. I don't need you anymore. Let me harvest the rest of these as well, because I'm sure I'm going to need pretty much all of them. And now it's time to sleep, although there's no bed in here, but I will take this iron ore. Okay, sorry villager, this is my bed. A child is staring at me while I sleep, how dare they? Okay, the first thing I would like to do in this new day is actually get ourselves a new backpack because I'm currently very full on my inventory and that is a problem. But we are going to need some string, and I think the easiest way to get string is probably to use a millstone and throw some wool inside, but we're going to need some andesite for that. And probably the best place to find andesite is andesite caves, because in Terralith, the way that Terralith works is that each kind of biome area has a different type of cave. Typically the cold areas have diorite, normal like neutral areas will have andesite, and warmer areas typically have granite. So we're going to have to go find those at some point, but granite is going to be our main priority for now. And oh, there's another village here. This village does look pretty small, but we might find some interesting things. Oh, there is a bunch of organic compost from Farmer's Delight here, which is going to be definitely useful for growing mushrooms, which actually we do have the two types of mushrooms here. So I'm definitely going to want this stuff, but really, my priority right now is to find some string, and unless I get lucky in this village, I don't think I'm going to find any. And oh, thunderstorm time. Oh, hello, Mr. Creeper. Please do not blow up. Please do not blow up. Thank you. Haven't had any luck finding any string here, but I also don't want to be out in this thunderstorm anymore, so I'm probably just going to go sleep through it. All nice and cleared up, but this storage situation is definitely getting dire, so I think it's time to go look around a little bit more. I'll probably head a little bit further south down here. So hopefully we can find some andesite. Looks like there's some cliffs up ahead. Yeah, there we go. There's some cliffs, and hopefully we can find some caves or something. Okay, I do see some cave openings, so hopefully we can find some andesite in there. Oh, actually, we do also need these cows for the lever as well. I did almost forget about that, but of course, our inventory is still full, so you know what? Goodbye, sticks. I can find you later. Oh, we have some horses here as well, so whenever I get a saddle, I'll definitely have to try and take one of these. Okay, this looks promising. I see some andesite on the outside already, but let's go and have a look on the inside. And oh, wow, another massive cave. We're finding some of these big caves today, that's for sure. This is definitely a lot of andesite. In fact, this is indeed an andesite cave, so this is going to be perfect for us. Whenever we make a mining machine as well, this is probably going to be our #1 spot to go to, because yeah, this is plenty of andesite. We're probably going to have to light this place up though, because this is going to get filled with mobs. I'm actually surprised there isn't more of them, but there are some over there. A whole friendly group of creepers. So let me just leave here for now, because there is a zombie coming after me. And honestly, I think our main priority right now is to just place down a barrel and put some of the stuff away while we are figuring this out, because having too much stuff in my inventory bothers me. Let's get some actual andesite so we can start making some things with it. And then hopefully we can get ourselves a millstone and also some wool. I believe I might have left the wool back where I started, so we might have to go back over there just so we can mill that down into string. But yeah, okay, so the first thing we're going to need is some andesite alloy, and oh, I need some iron for that as well, some iron nuggets. So let me grab my iron, make some iron nuggets from that, and hopefully we can just make this pretty quickly. Because yeah, we can make 4 of these, make some shafts, and then also probably cut down a tree, because we're going to need some spruce. Oh, I see, because this is a stripped log, it looks like it's not acting like it's a tree, which is fair. The auto cutter mod, whatever it's called, doesn't think it's a tree, so we're just going to manually do this for now. There we go. We got ourselves a bunch of spruce, so that's good. And because it's already stripped, that is conveniently exactly what we need. So there we go. We're in the andesite age. We finally got some andesite casings. So now we can make our cog and our millstone. But we're also going to need a, not lever, a crank. But there we go. So now if we grab our millstone, make another cog for ourselves, we have our very basic start to our create journey. Now I just need to go and get some wool. I did decide to go and just go find some sheep instead of going all the way back home, but here we go. We'll throw the wool into there. And hopefully in a couple of seconds... Okay, there we go. We've got 9 string, which would be perfect. And it is getting dark, so it would be nice to actually finally make this backpack. Now, I definitely didn't need to go and get some more leather to actually make this backpack, because I miscounted how much leather I have. But there we go. We finally got ourselves a backpack. And we do have the Curios mod installed, so I can have it on my back. But there we go. Finally, we actually have some more space. So... let's just like grab a bunch of stuff that we have in here now, so I can actually finally have everything in my inventory. I'm also going to need to make a wrench soon, because that will make picking up that stuff a lot easier. I actually just realized as well that let me take my backpack off real quick, because I think I should have enough to actually upgrade this straight away to an iron backpack, which should give us even more space, which is perfect. But let's head back to near where our spawn point was, because honestly, I kind of liked that area, and it'd be nice to see if I could find a nice spot to place down my starter base. There is quite a hole underneath this biome. I'm gonna have to make that jump real quick. Looks like there's pretty much a cave very close to the surface, so We'll definitely have to go check down there at some point for some resources. There we go. This is pretty much our starting point. Now, the reason why I like this place is, one, it's a Moonlight Valley. Love Moonlight Valley. But also, I kind of like how the water kind of just like comes along here and just kind of stops here. And I think, honestly, a nice base right at the end here, looking over the water, with a man-made river going through the middle of it, would be kind of a lot of fun. That way I can hook up some water wheels as well to get our create stuff automated as well. So I think this would be a nice spot. However, before I get to building the main building, so to speak, I think it might be a good idea to just start with like a little base with some of the very simple basics for create, just so I can get materials ready for the actual main building itself. But before we do that, I'm going to go and need to get some more materials, including more andesite, so I'll be right back. Okay, so I think we're going to keep this structure relatively simple. So let's clear out some land around here. Get rid of some of these flowers because this biome certainly has a lot of them. Okay, I think we're going to keep the structure relatively simple. And then to add a roof, I think I'll have a mix of spruce and dark oak, because I do like this combination together. Oh, wrong spot. There we go, a very simple roof. I think I would like to have also some light hanging down in front of it to help light up the area. There we go, nice little lantern at the front. Now the first kind of machine I think I would like to have as part of this setup is probably a mechanical press. There's our mechanical press. And there's our depot and first press along with a hand crank so we can actually use it. So next on the agenda, I'm thinking of having 3 fans down here so I can have lava, water, and a fire underneath them. That way I can smelt, smoke, and blast items to make my life a little bit easier when I'm building things later on. So let's go craft some fans, which we need a propeller, but of course that does mean we need some iron sheets. So let's actually finally get some use out of our press, like we can actually press some iron. This might take a second. 10 business days later, we have some iron sheets. So now we can make 3 propellers because we need that for the 3 fans. And we're also going to need some more andesite casing. There we go, there's our 3 encased fans. We're also going to need some chain drives, which also need more andesite casings. And there we go, we get ourselves 3 of those. And then I'm going to need a water wheel, just a simple small one, which is just a bunch of wood and a shaft. There we go. And I'm also going to need 3 depots for placing the items on top of. Okay, now we have those basics done. Let's dig down here a little bit to get some room for what we need. I'm going to place some depots up here. Underneath will be the water, lava, etc. And underneath that will be some fans, encased chain drives. And then below that, we want our water wheel. So there's our basic setup, but now I would like for us to actually go and collect the fire, lava, and water. So let's go do that real quick. There we go, there's our 3 bits that we need. Our water, which is inside some leaves, our campfire, and our lava. So the left one will be for washing, the center one will be for like cooking, and the right one will be for like smelting. And we can't forget to actually get the fans going. There we go. I believe it's facing the right way. Yep, it's blowing straight up. So now smelting should be much quicker along with washing and cooking. Perfect. I would also like to get a mixer going, and that simply needs some more andesite casing, a cogwheel, and a whisk. And luckily for now, we just need the one of those for now, and then we'll make ourselves a cog, and then the actual mixer itself. We're going to need actually another cog and also a crank. So then we can place it up here, place a cog, and also a crank. So we can mix some things, but we are going to need a basin as well, which is all just andesite alloy. There we go. Now I'm also going to need a blaze burner to help make things in this, but that requires me to go to the nether, which I am not going to do in this episode, perhaps next episode. I think the next task is to make this area a little bit more pretty, and also add a place to sleep. So let's start a little time lapse. And there we go, all nice and fancy. We've got ourselves a little campfire with some seats around them. I did want to color them, but unfortunately I don't have any dye at the moment. But here we are with our little tiny tent, just made out of some white wool, nothing too special. And now we finally also have these bits listed, so washer, cooker, and smelter. However, I think that's all we have time for this episode, so hopefully I see you soon. Last episode, I started my brand new world, journeyed through beautiful biomes to find my first village, collected a bunch of resources, and made my first create workbench and small campsite. In today's episode, I'm hoping to build my proper starter workshop with all the things that I need. But first, I am going to need to get some resources, and that includes granite, which requires me to go to a warm biome, so I think we should probably aim for a desert. Now to do that, I'll need a nature's compass, which requires some wood, some saplings, and a compass. So let's do that real quick. There we go. And like I said, I would like to aim for a desert. So if we do that, and it's 3,668 blocks away. That's a bit further than I expected. But anyway, considering that distance, I'm probably going to need to make myself a boat. Let's do that real quick. And there we go, because I have a feeling we're going to hit some water pretty soon, but let's head in this direction for now. So yeah, my main aim for going to the desert is to grab that granite, grab some sand, and also some cacti, because I'll need that for making some green dye. And I'll need that green dye to make some slime balls, which will eventually be made for making glue, which I'll definitely need for the create mod. Now it appears that I've actually found a new village over here. And funny enough, also some water, which I definitely needed this boat for. But let's go check out this village real quick on our way to the desert. Now this is a fancy big village. We even got like a little greenhouse here. Ooh, this is so pretty. And we got a beehive as well. So actually, I might come back for that honey at some point, but we'll leave it for now, as that is not our priority. But I am going to go quickly check some of these houses to see if there's anything interesting. There's even like a proper castle courtyard, which is fun. Well, that's a good drop. We've got five diamonds. That is nothing to sneeze at. We got some chains, even got some cobbled slate and coal. That's pretty darn good. I was not expecting that from this village. I think I might even take this damaged anvil and this grindstone. You know what? Let's take these hay bales as well, because I'm definitely going to need more hay to feed myself. Ooh, we've even got some copper over here. Ooh, a honey bottle. Yeah, I believe I've checked most houses here, but it is pretty dark now, so we should probably sleep. Let's continue on our way towards the desert. Ooh, a puppy. Oh, look at this wolf. I love the new wolf skins. They're so cute. But I'll have to come back for you guys later. Around about 1,000 blocks in, we've hit the expected ocean, but it does look like there's some kind of ruins out there. So let me go and visit those first. Some iron, some bread, more bread. Nothing really super of note, it seems. Although this one does have some paper and some bamboo and some rope, which is quite nice. But let's continue on our journey. Wow, this is a lot of water. I feel like in modern Minecraft, usually oceans aren't this big anymore. I know this is probably part of Terralith, but wow. There are, however, some more ruins here, so let's go take a quick look at those. Again, nothing that much. Some TNT, I guess. I don't know what would we use that for, but TNT nonetheless. 1,400 blocks away, and all we can see is ocean. Only about 800 blocks away now, so we should start seeing some land, which I do see some over there. In fact, let's head over to the land over here first, just to see what we can find, because although we are looking for a desert, I believe granite actually spawns in biomes adjacent to deserts, so perhaps we can go and find some over here as well. And finally, land after so much ocean. Now it seems we found some brushland / savanna biomes. I believe this is the kind of area that you tend to find granite, but the best place to find granite caves is usually when there's some granite above the surface sticking out. We have to go find that as well. And if we see any of those, dig down potentially to see if we can find ourselves a granite cave. But let's still head towards the desert anyway. And here we go, just before the sun sets, we have managed to find our desert. I'm gonna go collect some sand here and some cacti and see you in a second. A couple stacks of sand later, I've also managed to grab some cacti, I found some tomatoes, some flax seeds, which should be quite useful, and I found a bunch of sugarcane around here as well. Now I noticed this desert is quite far away from our home over here, but in the future I'm kind of hoping to have a sand factory over here, like a sand mine. I like the idea of having mines, factories, etc. in biomes that like make sense. At some point I'll have to find a land connection between our home continent and the continent that the desert is on. That should be a fun project in the distant future once we start getting trains up and running. But for now, I need to go and find some granite. So we're gonna head a little bit further south towards the arid highlands. As you can kind of see, there's this kind of like dirtish look, and I have a feeling that this is where the granite is. So let's head over there now. Took a little bit of extra searching than I was expecting, but here's one of these granite pillars that I was talking about. So I guess there must be some granite caves underneath. Let's start digging down, shall we? Hey, a little bit of monster fighting later and trying to find my way down from the surface. I did manage to find the granite caves. Not so much granite on the walls of these caves as some of the other ones, but plenty enough for now. Several stacks of granite later and escape back to the surface, I think it's time to head back home. What I might do is head to this jungle over here and grab some jungle wood, and then I may also continue further south down to see if there's any land connection to the rest of the continent. For any future train, we'll grab a jungle tree or two, and also grab some cocoa beans. Okay, so it definitely seems like this bit of land is connected up. There's definitely some water in the way, but all of this is like really quite shallow waters. I think whenever we get around to it, building a rail line from our home base all the way up to the desert will be relatively easy to do, just a bit time consuming. There we go, I'm back home, one rather long journey later. I think if we do eventually get a railway line, that this part of the map is probably going to be the most difficult thanks to its mountainous terrain. But I think a few tunnels will certainly help us when making the rail line over there, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Now the thing I would like to do next is actually go and get some obsidian, because I'd like to go to the Nether and get me a blaze burner so I can go and make some brass. Now I know there's a lava pool back here, so let's head over there and grab ourselves some obsidian. Now I'm not sure where to put this right now, so I'm thinking I'll just probably place it underground over here. And there we go, off we go to the Nether. Now very conveniently, it has spawned us right in a Nether fortress. Wow, I don't think I've ever actually had that happen to me before. That should make our lives a little bit easier. First things first though, I do need some netherrack so I can actually make my blaze burner cage. And there we go, there's our blaze burner cage. Now to go and actually find one. Okay, I do see a spawner over there, and there is quite a lot of lava here, so I think I'm gonna try and block this off, just from the sake of my own safety. And then I think we're just gonna quickly run in and run away as fast as we can. Yoink, goodbye. Okay, that was a surprisingly painless nether run. I was expecting that to take way longer, but hey, at least we now have a blaze burner and we can actually now make some brass. However, I would now like to start working on this new starter build. Now, I do want kind of raised structure here, enough to allow for some kind of man-made river to pass through in between. And although I'm gonna have to clear out some of this land, I am gonna try and follow the land to some degree. I also have this shuffle mod, which allows me to place down blocks randomly, which should help me with texturing this wall. Okay, that's the right idea. Let's add a little bit of stripped logs on the outside, I think, for the structure. Okay, there we go. We've got the basics there, and I would like a kind of nice large window to look out over the water. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. That's the kind of idea that I had for it, and I'd have some windows in the middle of that, but let's build out the structure a little bit more. Now I'm thinking on this side that I'm going to have some kind of fireplace. I'm going to leave that until a little bit later once I figure out the rest of the structure. Okay, there we go. We've also mirrored it on that side. I'll have to clear out some more land behind it, but we'll get to that. To make sure that all this land is all filled in, so it looks nice from the outside. Probably remove some bits of dirt as well, just so that doesn't look as bad. Honestly, very thankful for this cutting board in Farmer's Delight because it makes stripping wood a lot quicker. Okay, now to kind of mirror it on the other side as well, we can use our shuffle mode to make it look more interesting again. Can't forget our spruce logs as well. And there we go, I've kind of mirrored the front of it. I have to probably get rid of this tree because it's kind of in the way. There you can see a little bit better now, but essentially, yeah, this is going to be the general base. We have two sides that are relatively mirrored with a bit of water coming through here and some water wheels. But let me fill out the rest of the structure as well. Definitely looking forward to when I can start getting a jetpack because that will make building a lot easier. But we're not quite at that point where I can do that yet. Must admit, I'm very bad at estimating how much wood I usually need for these structures because I'm definitely going to need some more. Luckily, I have planted a bunch of these little spruce trees around. Okay, there we go. More or less mirrored on both sides now. I just need to fill in with more of the stone to make these walls look a little bit better. And there we go, that's the stone in. Now, I think this side is going to be my entrance and the opposite side is going to be the fireplace. So we'll have to make a proper entrance point here at some point. Okay, so I think that's the general roof design that I want, at least at the front. And then I think to add some contrast to all the spruce, I am going to have some darker windows and also some deep slate, I think, all the way across the top of the roof. Okay, that's the roof pretty much done. We've got a deep slate and spruce in. There's probably a few details I would like to add. I think I would like to add some leaves to the roof to add some more color and texture. Oh, hello, Mr. Creeper. Do not destroy the building I just started to build. Thank you very much. Okay, the building is safe, but I think what I'm going to start doing now is get some of the glass in and probably some of the floors as well. Here we go, we've got some nice new floors in using some of the chipped blocks onto the windows. There we go, we got all our windows in. Now these are also actually spruce windows, but they're actually just a little bit dark enough that they almost look like dark oak to me. So I like the contrast to the rest of the building with them. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how that's looking so far. It definitely needs a little bit more color, which I'm hoping to do with some plants and stuff, but one step at a time. Okay, now I think I would like to get the fireplace in. And there we go, there's our little fireplace. I might have to adjust some of the bricks and maybe even make it slightly less tall, because I think I might have made it a bit too high, but I like it as it is at the moment. Now, I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do with the entrance yet, but I think for now I'm going to go around the entire build, add some leaves, add some variants to the spruce logs, I think, and yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, there we go. Looking a lot prettier, more colorful. I've added some azalea leaves into the roof and in the front, and added some leaves at the bottom as well. I think the next main priority that I'm going to do is perhaps start landscaping in between here so we have some water flowing and we can get our first water wheels going. I actually just realized in editing that I had forgot to place these reinforced stripped spruce logs in my build, which I think helped break up the spruce a bit as well. But let's get to landscaping. There we go, we've got our water wheels in. They're not currently hooked up to anything, but they are in, and we've added a little bit of landscaping into the water that goes through it. I've only landscaped directly around the river at the moment, but I would like to landscape the rest of the area at some point, but I'm thinking it's looking pretty good so far. Okay, I think the next thing on the agenda is to spruce up this ceiling so we don't see all the leaves sticking out. And then after that, start working on some create contraptions. Here we go, something along those lines. I realized when building this that these metal girders were actually going to have to be where some of the stairs were. So we still do have some leaves sticking through, but honestly, it looks kind of cute. So I'm going to keep it that way. Okay, now my workshop is probably going to be a little bit untypical from perhaps what the average person makes, but I think it'll be fun to fill the space up with contraptions, even with all these windows on the sides. But I think my plan is to get some of these encased shafts through. There we go, because what I want to do is use these shafts to actually go all the way underneath to where our water wheels and stuff are going to be, to actually bring some power up towards the ceiling. So if we take some power from our water wheels and head it over in that direction, we can then use the belts to attach the shafts from underneath to up here. Now they are running pretty slow at the moment, but hopefully we can fix that eventually. Let's make sure to use some andesite casing as well to make it look prettier. And also hook up the belts on the other side. And there we go, we have our two belts running up on each side. More for aesthetic more than anything else, but I do have them also going in opposite directions. Next thing I need to do is make some depots. I'm going to grab my mechanical press and make sure to place a shaft. I'm going to do one here as well. I'm probably going to steal my mechanical press also from my other machine just to get it hooked up over here. And then I'm also going to need to make some brass so I can actually make some deployers and also place them here. Then to make some brass, we're just going to throw in some brass and some zinc, and then feed our blaze burner some fuel, and then start spinning it around. And hopefully the fuel will last long enough for me to at least cook most of this. And there we go, we got ourselves some 28 brass, which will be very useful for us in a second. So to make a deploy, we're going to need 2 brass hands at least. So let's grab some of our brass, put it into our press. There we go, we've got 8 brass sheets. Then we also need to make some electron tubes, which requires some polished rose quartz and iron sheets. And the rose quartz is made from a bunch of redstone and nether quartz. And luckily I did go and mine for some nether quartz before and some redstone. So let's make that real quick. There we go, we got 8 of those. And then I need to use some sandpaper in my offhand and the rose quartz to polish it. There we go, we got 8 of them. We obviously don't need that many at the moment, but that'll be useful for things later on. And then let's make 2 of these, make 2 of these brass hands. There we go, there's our 2 deployers, perfect. There we go, if we place our 2 deployers, or let's have it in the right direction. There we go, have 2 of those, and then I also stole the mechanical press from my other spot as well. They're running a bit slow, like I said before, but hopefully we can speed that up momentarily. Now over here, I'd like to have some mixers, but because they use cogs at the top of them, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to grab those. So place a shaft here along with a gearbox and make sure that's facing the right way. There we go. And then we have 2 shafts and a cogwheel. That way we can then place our 2 mechanical mixers, have 2 basins, and then I would also like to have some room underneath these to place our burners. There we go. And then I also have some copycat stairs, so I can place these here. And then using the same kind of floor design, we can do that. So they're much more easy to access, and I'll cover underneath the blaze burners in a second. There we go, looking rather nice. And then I can use my andesite casings to just cover up the back here so that it looks a bit more prettier. Now, one of the things I do want to have in the middle here are the grindstones, or the crushing wheels rather. But however, to make the crushing wheels, I do need to use mechanical crafting, which means I need to make some mechanical crafters. So let's go and do that real quick. Now we're going to need 21 of these crafters, and each craft is 3. So let's make 9 of these. There's our brass casing and our 9 crafting tables. Then we just need to create 9 of these. And there we go. Oh, I miscounted. I accidentally made 27 mechanical crafters instead of 21. Whoops. I'm sure I can use some of these for other crafts at some other point. Now, there isn't a lot of height to my buildings except for where the windows are, and I don't want to cover up the big windows. So I was thinking of perhaps placing it here against this wall. There we go. There's some room for it. I think we're going to have to lower the floor entirely here just so that we can see the crafter better. There we go. Now, if we place our crafter down, okay, we'll shove a cogwheel down here and use a bit of andesite casing to cover that up. I'm going to place down a barrel down here to a place to put some buttons. There we go. I also need to fix these crafting things so they're all facing the correct way. There we go. I think it's all correct. So once I hook this up to power, in effect, it should work, if maybe a little bit slowly. If we bring the cogs through here, we can then hook it up to our water wheels. And there we go. It's moving way too slowly at the moment, and I probably need to make these cogs a little bit less messy, but at least it's working. Now, to make the wheels, I need to grab a bunch of andesite alloy and some planks and some stones. Let's do that real quick. Okay, grab the materials. Now let's place our andesite alloys first, with our planks and our stone in the middle. And now it's going to move extraordinarily slowly. And there we go. It didn't go into the barrel like I would hoped it would, but oh well, I'll fix that later. Okay, now let's see if we can try and implement these crushing wheels. So let's bring a belt from underneath up to here, and then place 2 gearboxes, and then our 2 crushing wheels, which are luckily actually going in the right direction, thankfully. Then if we place some barrels up here and here, we can place some chutes to go in and out of the crushing wheels. And then we can add a stair back in just to cover up the gap. Then we can use some andesite casing to wrap around the wheels. And make sure to cover up around the back as well, just so it's all nice and pretty. Now, the next thing I'd probably like to do is to actually start speeding up these machines. So I think we need to go and make ourselves a rotation speed controller, which does need a precision mechanism, which is made from some gold sheets, cogwheels, and some iron nuggets. So let's go and do that real quick. Okay, so there we go. I've got my golden sheet, my cogwheels, and my iron nugget. I also sped up this line ever so slightly, just so this doesn't take me too long, but it is still a little bit slow. But let's make our precision mechanism. And there we go, there's our precision mechanism. Thankfully, that worked the first time around. We didn't have to make another one. Now, if we quickly make ourselves a brass casing, we can make our rotation speed controller. Now, if we come down here and place our rotation speed controller, throw in a large cogwheel, and then get ourselves some gearboxes and make sure that they're all lined up. There we go. And then if we start cranking the speed up, we'll find out that we need more energy. So what I'm going to do is actually place some water wheels underneath this side of the building. There we go. And if we hook up some shafts and start adding some water, and then that should hopefully be enough power for all the things that we need. I might even try and up this to 64. It might be a little bit too much, but oh no, 64 works. So that should now mean our machines are moving quite quickly. And there we go. You can see our grinding or crushing wheels are definitely moving much quicker now. And so are our deployers. Oh, let's take the iron nugget back. Now I think the last create things I would like to install in this building are my original 3 washers, smelter, and cooker, which I do currently have over near my tent. So I'm going to go grab those pieces real quick. And there we go. I re-implemented those 3 things into our fireplace, which I think looks quite cool. Now I think the last thing I would like to do is fill out this space. And I'm thinking that I'm going to have a nice big kitchen over here using the Farmer's Delight stuff. And then just like a small little tiny bedroom, just so I have a bed inside of our house. And there we go. There's our little kitchen. I did want to use some tatami rug on the ground, but it turns out that canvas is very expensive to make. There's our little bed area with some drawers and some side tables. However, that's all we have time for today. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing and leaving a like, as it really helps me out, as well as notify you when I release more Create videos. Thank you all, and hopefully see you soon. Last time, I built my Create Starter workshop and implemented all the Create machines I needed. And in today's episode, I'm hoping to get to work on a new storage building, as to be quite honest, all these storage crates and backpacks are starting to become very full. But first, I'm going to make that situation way worse by going on a much needed mining trip. But now that we have access to brass, I think it's time that we make a proper mining machine. Also, yes, I did install a cosmetic armor mod so we can actually see my skin in all its glory. Okay, so to make our mining machine with some rail down and a cart assembler, and if we build up from here, place this out, grab our 2 deployers, one here, although facing the right direction, and another one here. The front one will place blocks down at ground level to make sure the machine doesn't fall whenever there's any caves or anything, and this one will actually place the tracks down themselves. Then if we go a little bit back here, place down some casing here, and then place a mechanical plow, that will pick up the rail as it's moving along. Then of course we need our drills. I decided to start off with just a 5x5 drill for now, although to be fair, that is plenty big enough. And then we're going to need some chests, so we can just place these on the back. And now we need some glue, but I haven't actually made any glue in this playthrough yet, so let's go do that now real quick. Now to make glue, we do need some slime balls, an iron sheet, and an iron nugget. And to make slime balls, we need some lime dye and some dough. And to make our dough, I'm going to use our new crushing wheels to grind up some wheat. There we go, there's our wheat flour and some wheat seeds left over. And then if we come over here to my washer, that will then change them into dough. And then if we grab some cacti, we could also throw these into our crushing wheels and get some green dye. Now we do specifically need lime dye for this, so let's mix this up with some white dye that I have on hand. There we go, that gives us 2 lime dye. Also, you may have noticed that I now have a crafting grid in my backpack, which was actually added from this crafting upgrade, and that was quite simple to make. I just needed to have an upgrade base, which is some iron, some string and leather, as well as a crafting bench, 2 iron, and a chest. Nice and simple. But let's make our 2 slime balls, and then we can make our super glue. And we can make sure everything is attached here. There we go. I believe everything is attached. Looks all correct to me. Then if we place a furnace minecart into here and grab some power, that should make it into a proper contraption. Though I have suddenly realized that I do need these rotated so I can actually see the filters. There we go. And this one's going to be placing rail, so we need to make sure we put the rail into there. And this one's going to be placing mostly cobblestone for now. Once we get down to deep slate level with mining machine, I'll add deep slate to this as well. Now if we make sure that this is always in locked rotation, add some power, make sure to place some rails before and after, then also make sure to place some rail and cobblestone actually inside of our contraption. And once we place some coal inside, it should start moving forwards. There you go, it's mining some of the cobblestone that I placed down as a test. Now before it destroys everything, let's pick that up real quick. We'll just fix that. Okay, so I'm probably going to go down to Y14 to go and get a bunch of iron for the most part. And we place some rail down. Contraption, which is partially in the wall at the moment, and then give it some coal, we should start seeing it move. Although, I might need to break through a wall to go and find where it's actually going. Oh, there it is. And there we go. We are moving. Come down to deep slate level to also get some materials down here as well, mostly the deep slate itself. And there we go, we got a bunch of redstone, some iron, copper, a little bit of gold, some diamond, some raw zinc, and some lapis lazuli. I was hoping to get a little more iron and may have to go mining for some more, but this should hopefully do for now. Now with this many diamonds, I would like to kit out myself with some better tools and armor, but I think I'd also like to make an enchanting table first. Now I don't have a good idea really of where I actually want this enchanting table set up to go, because I do eventually want to build an XP farm, and I found this skeleton spawner in the caves below my house. So at some point I want to build a proper XP farm, but that's probably for another episode. For now we can probably just place it randomly here. There we go. Now I'm going to go make myself a diamond pick. Let's see what kind of an enchantment we can get on it. Once I actually grab the lapis as well. Unbreaking 3, efficiency 3. Okay. Not too terrible, didn't get any fortunes or whatever, but that's not the worst it could have been. And while we're here, let's also see what we can get on a shovel as well. Efficiency 4, fortune 3 and unbreaking 3? Okay, didn't really want fortune 3 on a diamond shovel, but we've got it anyway. May go find a villager, or rather go to the village that's nearby here and grab a villager just so we can potentially do some trades with them. I would like to get some mending books, but that might take a while to get. For now, we can work on making ourselves a full diamond set. And there we go, we got our full diamond set. We'll have to put this iron somewhere else. And then once we get some more enchanting levels, I'll also go through these and also enchant them as well. Now, before I get started on building my storage building, I would like to make myself a jetpack, and specifically the one from Create Stuff and Addition. And it's relatively simple, needs quite a bit of brass, needs a steam engine, which we'll have to make inside our Create workshop, but at least we can reuse our mechanical crafter. Okay, I think we got all the things we need. So we've got our steam engine, which goes in the center here, our andesite alloy, our brass ingots, 3 gears, 2 fans, and then once we start this, craft up nice and quickly. There we go. And oh hey, it actually went into the barrel this time. Yeah, there we go. We got our brass jetpack, but we do also need some tanks. And there's a fueling tank, and I believe just like a water tank. Yeah, filling tank. I think I should probably make one of each of these at least, because I'm going to need those to refuel my jetpack. There's our filling tank, and a fuel tank is going to need some sturdy sheets, which is made out of some powdered obsidian with some lava and a spout, which I don't currently have in my workshop. So let's go and make that real quick. There's our spout, and I think I would like to temporarily remove one of these mechanical presses and place this here for now. I got myself some lava. Oh, let's not do it that way. Now, I believe I could just place an item drain above this and then maybe place lava into that. Does that work? I think that's working. I can't visually see it, but I think that's working. And if we grab some more obsidian over here, throw the obsidian into the crushing wheels. And then we got some 5 powder obsidian and 4 of our obsidian back, which is great. Now, if I throw the obsidian into here, that doesn't seem to be working. Now, this certainly isn't our permanent setup, but let's see if this works. We'll throw our powdered obsidian down. Then, there we go. I believe, is that all the lava transfer? Do I have to keep doing this? Okay, no, we just need more lava. Okay, there's our unprocessed obsidian sheets, because now we need to smack them a couple of times. And luckily, we still got our press. There we go. There's our 4 sturdy sheets. There's our fueling tank. Now, the filling tank should be relatively simple. I just got to go up to some water and fill the tank up, and then that should, once I put my jetpack on, oh, I'm realizing now all of a sudden that I only have my chest plate on or not. Okay, you know what, fine. We'll wear the brass jetpack for now, and you can now see the water is filling up from the tank, which is nice, and we can even go and grab some more water while it does that. But the small fueling tank will need lava, and lava is going to be a little bit more difficult to get hold of. We obviously do have the lava pool back here that we've been grabbing from, but I think it would be nice to actually make ourselves a lava source, mostly just using some lava, some dripstone into a cauldron. Okay, first we already got some dripstone, and I'm just going to temporarily place this over here as well, just for now. There's our dripstone and the pointed dripstone below, and then we're going to need to get some lava to fill up the areas above and some cauldrons underneath. Woof, I forgot how expensive these cauldrons are to craft, but there is 3 of them. And we can place these underneath, and then let's go and get some lava. Now, I'm not 100% sure if I need all lava sources above these dripstone blocks. No, I don't think I do actually. I think I just need one source at least going over them. So now these are all dripping in and there's a random chance for them to fill with some lava. Whenever we need it, we can just come over here and grab some. I may make a very small pump system into a tank just so we have some constantly being generated. And you know what? Let's do that. If we place our tank here, grab our mechanical pump and our 3 pipes. Then if we set up a cog, water wheel, and some water, preferably in the right spot, then that should hopefully start pumping lava out once it actually generates underneath these. And while that generates from above, I've come down to our deep slate mine area and I'm just gonna grab a bunch of lava that I honestly see here because this lava is not really any use to me except for this very specific reason. And there we go, we got a full brass jetpack. So let's head back to the surface. We can then fly with our jetpack. And honestly, thankfully, I'm glad this one is not very loud. Sometimes these jetpacks in Minecraft can be way too loud for what they are. I believe this is the one we can also hold our position. Yeah, there we go, while sneaking and holding space. Okay, you know what? I'm actually pretty sure that I need sources of lava over this. So I have luckily already made 2 buckets from this. There we go. Hopefully that will now work. Okay, now I'm thinking that I might go and steal a villager from the local village because I'm wanting to get a mending book, and I think the best way of doing that is by getting a villager and swapping them out until we get it. And now that we have our jetpack, it's a lot quicker to get over there. I know I have a waystone that does take me there easier, but that costs 1 level of XP. And honestly, in this early game, I don't want to be spending XP levels on teleporting around, so I will simply just jetpack over there. Okay, let's see who we want to take. Let's take a bow here. Can I fly with bow? Oh, I can fly a bow, but I do have a face full of bow at the moment. I do love how it looks when you pick up villagers. It looks so ridiculous. But let's bring bow back home. We'll say it is definitely a little bit slower to fly with bow, but at least I get to enjoy the scenery as I'm flying by. Okay, Bo, here's your temporary new home. You are luckily already unemployed, so it should be easy to get you in a workstation. It's a lectern for him. I believe I might have to wait until day before he becomes employed. Okay, there we go. I slept rather annoyingly. He did actually initially become a fisherman because he wanted to use his barrel, but there we go. Here he is. And I did install a mod called trade cycling just so I don't have to keep breaking the lectern every single time I want to change. But let's see if we can get mending. Oh, interesting. I did not know this was an enchanted book I could get. Above the Clouds allows jetpacks to go to limitless height. I may have to get that at some point, but not right now. We're aiming for mending. After a significant amount of time later, we have found mending, but it is 26 emeralds, which I think is on the higher end. So honestly, I think I'm going to keep refreshing, and I may regret that. Of course, the second one I find is 36, which is even worse. We're going to keep going. Now this is the one I was waiting for. 10 emeralds for 1 mending book. I'm pretty sure that's the cheapest you can get. So let's see if we can try and grab at least one of those to lock this guy in. Okay, there we go. I at least traded some paper with him so I could lock in the villager, but I am going to need some more emeralds before I can even get 1 mending book. Very conveniently, while I was getting some more paper, he actually reduced the price down to 9. So perfect. There we go. There's our first mending book. Now, to be quite honest, I don't know if I want to put mending on either of these yet, but I'll keep hold of it for now until I make a tool that's perfect to put it on. Oh, wow. After I gave him some more paper, he also has a Silk Touch enchanted book as well. So actually, that would be really nice to have. While I was resource gathering, I did manage to make myself a different diamond pick, which is actually way better. Had Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. So I placed mending on that book. Okay, so I'm thinking of having my storage building here just next to my starter workshop, but I am probably going to build it into the land a little bit, so I'm going to clear out some land to make that possible. There we go, that's the general main layout done. Okay, I think if we start with this nice mix of granite and red brick, about 4 blocks high, I'm thinking. like so. Then if we bring up some deep slate on both sides, and then I want to use a metal girder to go all the way across here. And perhaps some of this weathered iron and some girders going up to the top there. Then I'm thinking of using some mangrove planks. Got some windows in on each side. And then I think, just so we can show that this is a storage area, that we have an item vault sticking out the middle here, like so. Have a little support coming out, going up to the item vault. There's some shafts in these as well, just to make it look a bit different. Then we can fill these window slots with some weathered iron window panes, which I think actually looks really good on these kind of style of buildings. Then if we just top this off at the top with some bordered deep slate, I think I rather like that concept. Of course, it needs a ton of details to make it look more interesting, but I think that will be the general premise. So let's get to building. Okay, there we go. We've got the basic skeleton of the building up, but I'm thinking that I would actually like to add some details on the roof because it's looking a little bit flat of a building at the moment, and I would like to add some different colors and textures, I think, as well. There we go, that adds a little bit more visual interest with some acacia wood and some packed mud buildings, as well as a granite building back here. And I think the next thing I want to do is actually start adding some details, as we're missing all the windows and all of our metal girders that I want to place, so let's get to that. And that will do for the detailing for now. I do want to add some more at some point, but I think I would rather move on to the actual storage network itself on the inside. So I think my general plan for this is to have some of these item vaults, 3 on each side above the ground so we can still move below. Then on each side of the entrance, I'm going to have the actual access to the storage network where I can pull things out of the storage. And on this side, I'll probably have the bit where I can actually place into the storage. So I'm going to probably add a bunch of these metal girders just so we have a little bit of structure to these vaults. And then place as much as we can. I believe it goes out that far. Yeah, there we go. And then we're going to have vaults on each side of this as well. There we go. We can place some more metal girders underneath these as well for structure. And I think I'll just leave it to these 3 for now because honestly, cost of item vaults iron-wise is ridiculous. Just so these look supported, we can add a girder going through like so. And then to interface with these item lockers, we're going to need some packages, some package frog ports, some stock links, and a stock ticker. Now these are relatively simple to make. Just some iron, some cardboard, some redstone for the packager. Gonna need to make some slime balls for the frog ports. These transmitters include some copper sheets, and we're gonna need to make a lot of stock links then because we also need it for the stock ticker as well. So the way that this system kind of works is that We have a stock ticker, which is going to be manned by some kind of NPC, which we can use to access the actual storage network itself. Then we have these packages, which we can place on our item vaults here, along with our frog ports, which aren't actually connected up to anything yet because I haven't set up the chains, but they generally tend to sit on top like so. And then the stock links will need to be connected to the stock ticker, tuned to this network, and then placed on each of these packages. And then if I steal a seat from over here and also steal a friend of ours that I have managed to grab earlier, this frog, ignore his weird creepy eye as we're flying with him. But if we place him down here, he's then accessible as a stock keeper, which is cool. Now we're going to need some chain conveyors, which uses some andesite casing and some cogwheels, and also some chains. And I'm so thankful that they added zinc to be used for chains because I am struggling on the iron right now. So we'll make like 6, 8. We'll make 8 of these. And I don't know how much chain we're going to need, so I'm just going to make 28, I guess. I think I'll place a metal girder up here, like so, and then place some chain conveyors up the top here, and then some chains in between. Okay, that only took 5 chains, so I think maybe we might have enough. And if I also have a metal girder coming out here, and place another chain conveyor here and connect these up, and thankfully they're at the right angle that they don't complain. Place another chain conveyor here, another here. That way when I have frog ports over here picking up and dropping off, they can just connect to this one as well. Okay, so now if we grab these frogs back again, attach them to the chains. Now all those frogs are attached to the chains so they can place items from the item vaults onto the chain. And actually I'm going to move these frog ports up 1 block because I want to have a belt going underneath and around, so when items are deposited they can be placed in any of these item vaults. There we go, and then let's place our belts down. We want these to go clockwise, so we need to make sure that this makes sense. There you go, that should make a full proper circle. And then what I'm also going to do is actually place some water wheels here, get those powered up. Get these 2 hooked up together with a gearbox. Oh, not a gearbox. Actually use some chain drives to bring this across. And that hooks up our chains. Now this is very ugly and not fast at all at the moment, but this is just purely for testing. That way I can then place a gearbox here and some shafts. Make sure that the gearbox is actually the right way. There we go. And that's actually going the wrong way. It's not what I wanted. For now we're going to add another gearbox. There we go. They're all moving in a clockwise position. But let's place some andesite casings on these as well to make them look a bit prettier. So actually bring out these metal girders as well, just to act as a form of support, including using a wrench on the top of these. Then we're going to need some brass funnels, and then place these here going inwards. And now actually that all seems to be in working order, all the conveyors moving and all the chains moving. Let me get a speed controller, and then we can just place that here with a cog, and we can probably speed this up quite a lot. And there we go, that looks much faster, but honestly, it's probably gonna have to be even faster with how slow the packages can move sometimes. Now I'd also like to place a barrel and a packager here with frog on top, yes, connecting to this one, and then we're just going to name this storage. That way, if we had a little temporary setup here, place a packager on there and a frog port on top, as well as a lever to activate this, as well as a sign on the back that says storage on it. And then in theory, if we put, let's say, these 7 spruce planks in, we'll go into the frog, and all the way up there. And there we go, it's in here, but now I'm going to also have to put some brass funnels on each side of this barrel just so things start moving into all these other item vaults. Now if we come over to our frog here, you can see we now have 7 spruce planks. It's all in good working order, it seems. However, for now, I think it's time to spruce this place up a little bit. I'd like some proper counters here on each side, as well as adding flooring and stuff. So I'll see you momentarily. And there's our little drop-off area. So you drop off any items you want to put into the storage into this one. For example, let's say we put these spruce tables in. That's going to go up and into the frog over there. And then if we come over to our trader llama over here, spruce tables are now here. And let's say we want to bring them back. Order up. There it goes. And here it is, back in our barrel that we can then take back. Now, I did initially have the frog as my stock keeper, but the frog is a little bit on the short side. So I decided that I would use a different mob, and there happened to be a trader that spawned nearby. So I stole his trader llama, and now he is my stock keeper. I'll probably add some more decorations and other stuff as time goes by, but I would also like to decorate the floor over here, decide what I'm going to do on this side at the bottom floor, and then also think about getting some more iron so we can have some more of these item vaults here at the top as well, and also sort out this monstrosity of power network. There we go, we've got our floor in. I've put up some of the metal girders ready for future item vaults, and I've directed the power under the ground and up to this chain conveyor because I think that looks a bit better. But I think my eventual plan is I might put like a simple like auto crafter here and maybe some other auto crafting things just to make my life a little bit easier rather than having to manually craft things. But I don't think that's going to be happening in this episode. What I do want to do in this episode is actually sort out the land around here because I want a nice path between my storage house and my workshop. I also actually need to make an entrance for my house because it's just a massive hole at the moment. There we go, I've added my new entrance. I used a water wheel and a flywheel in front of it to kind of emphasize that that is my workshop. And we've got this nice path, some lanterns, some leaves, a little bit of water over here. And I also decided to build a fluid tank over here just for the aesthetics. Place some crates around as well. But I'm liking how that's looking. I'm planning to eventually start building up on the step up here, and I'm going to probably have that path come all the way up this hill, but until there is actually a building up here, I will wait to do that. However, that is all we have time for this episode. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye for now. Last time, I built a new storage warehouse to help solve my inventory management issues, and in this episode, I'm hoping to solve an issue that came up a lot in my last episode, and that is iron. As much as my mine machine helps in getting more iron, I need a much more sustainable source so I don't have to go to the mines every 20 seconds. So to do that, we're going to make ourselves an iron farm using Create. To do that, we're going to first need a cobblestone generator. And I'm thinking of placing it underground here where there's a bit of a dip in the land. And then have a mineshaft elevator of sorts coming out of the ground to kind of deliver it to a separate building over here where the actual iron processing happens. Now, in bad news now, we lost our trader llama stock keeper. I didn't realize they actually despawned without a name tag, so I'm going to have to replace them with the next best thing. A cow. If anyone has a name for this cow here, feel free to leave one in the comments. Oh, and I suppose for the frog as well, if anybody has any ideas. Now, I think the main items we're going to need for our cobblestone gen are a bunch of mechanical drills, some chutes, a big old item vault, a bunch of water wheels, and a bunch of chain drives to connect it all up. Oh, we can't forget our rotational speed controller as well to make sure those drills are going as fast as possible. Okay, let's dig an area out underneath here for our cobblestone generator. Okay, there we go. That should be big enough for now. Let's get our vault down first. And then place our chutes down on each side where the actual cobblestone is going to be generated. We'll make sure we lock in these chutes as well, as there's going to be some water above them and lava. Grab our drills and place them on each side here. I'm also going to place some cobble down on here already because this will be the cobblestone that the drills actually break. And also place some mechanical drills above them, like so. Now we need to make sure these are all powered. So let's get our encased drives in so they're all connected up. I must admit, I didn't realize how tall this cobblestone generator is, so I'm having to expand the ceiling a little bit more than I expected. Then we can make sure these are all connected up with the encased chain drives as well. And place them behind these ones too. These out by one extra one. Make sure these also connect up. We can then rotate these last ones so they're facing up, so they're all connected. Okay, now I've made sure to cap off these ends because we're going to actually put water inside of these drills and lava in the middle so they can actually generate the cobblestone. There we go, those are all waterlogged and we have some lava in the middle. I'm not sure if I need to make all these lava bits like sources, but we'll see what happens when I actually start the generator. Of course, before we do that, we're going to need some power. We place some water wheels on each side. Let's make sure these are all powered up as well. And there we go, all our water wheels now have some water on them, and then we need to connect them up using some gearboxes to count as one power source. And back here, I think we can use our rotational speed controller to connect these up like so. So of course that is moving very slowly at the moment, but it is creating the cobblestone that we need. So if we go back here, increase this to 64, and there we go, we've got ourselves a cobblestone generator. And it's generating relatively quickly. Now the next thing I'm going to want to do is try and actually get this cobblestone out of the item vault and above ground into our next building, which is obviously not there yet. I think the easiest way to do that is probably just have a belt coming out here and having some chutes going all the way up and a fan at the bottom. I am, however, going to backtrack a little bit, because although we do have these washers, cookers, and smelters over here, I can only do one stack at a time with this current setup. So in the new storage building with all this spare space in the back, I was thinking of actually doing a proper full-on smelter that I can just smelt as many things as I want as possible. I might even be able to automate it with this new storage system that I have here. So let's build our lanes out for each type. Some copycat panels down to make sure these things don't leave their positions. Water, our lava for smelting, also a soul campfire so that we can mass haunt stuff, as we don't necessarily need to mass cook. Now actually, let me quickly pick up these bits of water and lava and dig back here so that we can place our 3 fans down, as well as our encased chain drives. If we bring some power underneath, unfortunately that does overstress our system, so maybe we should add some more water wheels back here. Okay, added those water wheels, but I think we're just trying to spin the fans way too fast, so let's get another speed controller to slow those down. There we go, so messing around later, we've reduced the fan speed to 8, which is much lower and doesn't need as much power. And now we need to set up some way of actually filtering these out so it only smelts, washes, etc. things that it should do. So we can set up our brass funnels here, and I think we can use some attribute filters to make sure that they pick up the right items. Let's see. So I think I just throw in some cobble in there for now. We can go to can be smelted, add it as a deny list. And then I think we can also do it for haunted. And if I throw in gravel in there as well, I can do can be washed also into this. So now this deny list is can be smelted, can be haunted, can be washed. I think that should work. Only issue might be for stone, for example, because let's throw in some cobblestone. As you can see, that is now turned into stone, but I think stone can also effectively be smelted up into a higher one. So yeah, the stone is not currently going in at the moment. I'm curious to see what will happen. Okay, yeah, so it will turn into smooth stone, so I have to figure out a way around that. So I think if I grab this attribute filter, put it inside of a list filter, along with our stone, I think that should hopefully override that. So let's put that in and give it a test. Throw our cobblestone in. So yeah, that actually worked. We got some stone out of that. Gonna need probably quite a lot of stone for this next build, so this is gonna be very useful to me. Now it would be kind of nice if we could actually get this set up so that we can use our stock keeper to actually craft us up some stone. Let's get ourselves a chain conveyor and then hook that up to the current system. Then if we just place this here and put a packager behind it, grab our frog, who I think should reach. Yeah, there we go. And this can be named Melter. If we put in a brass funnel here, that should just allow it to cook, I believe. Let's give it a try. Get 64 cobblestone and change that to smelter. And now take it out to there, and it went straight in. So now, once enough time has passed, then there we go. Now I do need to make it come back into the system. So I grabbed another packager. We'll have another frog connect up to here. Don't think we need to name that. We can just make it send out packages, and then hopefully I will just go back. Oh, actually no, we need a sign. To put a sign saying storage on the side, and I think I also need to give that a redstone pulse, and there we go. And therefore, that should now be back in our system. So let's do the whole thing again. We'll send the cobblestone to the smelter. Comes down inside, and once that's done, it goes in and up into storage. Perfect. I'll have to set up the other two as well at some point, but I think I'm going to try and grab some more materials that I need for this build. Okay, there we go. I've grabbed a bunch of materials that we're going to need for this build, and the reason why I made that smelter was to make all these stone pillars and polished stone. The structure for the actual mineshaft itself, though, should be relatively simple. I'm thinking of just having these stone pillars on the outside to kind of look like aluminium. And we're going to need these to go up quite a bit. There we go. And if we grab our polished stone as well, what I'm going to do here is actually build the rest in a quick little time lapse. There we go, I've added some pipes and some of the metal girders around. I do want to add some more details just to make it look a bit more interesting at some point, but this will do for now. But yeah, so the fan will push the items up here, and then I'm going to have some belts coming out of this tower all the way into a building over here. I'm going to have to decide where the base of the building is going to be. We grab our metal girders, we can kind of figure out how far along I want this to be. Thinking maybe about that distance, maybe even ever so slightly further away. Okay, I think that's a good distance in between the two buildings. So if we grab our polished stone, this is going to be the edge of it. Approximately here, like so. Yeah, that's the general gist of it. So like I said, we're going to have some belts coming out of here all the way along to the building over here. But let's clear some land so we can actually fit this building on a relatively flat surface. Okay, there we go. That is the land flattened, and I've also placed down the blocks that kind of outlines where the building's going to be. But okay, let's figure out what we want for the facade. So I'm thinking of using some diorite here as a bit of a different texture. I kind of like the white. Throw a window pane in, like so. We actually bring up our andesite pillars, or polished stone, I guess what it actually is, up to the top like that. Then I think I want to use some dark oak for the upper part. And then to act as a kind of support, I'm thinking of actually using some shafts this time, going across like that, and then using our metal brackets to hold it up like that. And I think for this particular window, I want to do a different design where I kind of come across like this. But of course, that means there's going to be a bit of a gap at the bottom and top. So we'll use some copycat steps and bites along with this bordered stone that I have to create a nice little barrier there. And then we can also do that at the top as well. And I think I actually want to use this block as well to kind of cap off the top, kind of like how we did on our storage building. I'm going to come back to our diorite. I think I'm only going to build this up to a certain point because I'm going to have the belts come downwards a little bit here, so I'm going to need to figure out exactly where that's going to happen. But let's build our polished stone up here. For this, we're going to have a little bit of a wider area, so we'll probably still have a too wide window, but then we also want a door frame here, I'm thinking. Maybe even little window above it. Of course, some window panes in between. And oh, I've just realized I built this too far forward. There we go, there's that fixed. We once again get our dark oak blocks. I think we're going to have a nice big window here and perhaps some fans to go in at the bottom there, like so. And of course, we can then grab another support, build that across, and then use these to hold it up. And I'm liking how that's looking so far. I also like to have a little bit of a trim coming out here. Place these girders down, use our deep slate just to kind of have this little trim sticking off the side. And then we're going to also need to make sure that we're using our wrench to place these things on top. It's very difficult to do a jetpack, I must admit, because if I crouch, unfortunately, I end up just removing it. What I'm going to actually do, place these down, use some chutes, have these come out. I like the idea of using these as like kind of like chimneys almost. So we can use some girders as well and add some varying height to them. They look pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. I like how that looks. I think I would also like to get ourselves a copper tube kind of coming down, or fluid pipe rather. If I remove a block here, pipe in, and our copper casing, looks like it's going into the building. Of course, it'd be nice to have some support on this. There we go. Adds a little bit more visual interest to the front of the building. And maybe I want to put a tank of some sort here just to kind of make this bit look a bit more interesting, but I think I'm going to wait until I've done the belts. But you know, maybe we should actually put those belts in real quick. I think they're going to start about here and come along to, I think, here. Make them stick through those. Now, is this belt going to be too long? No, it's not. Perfect. Okay. Have these belts reach all the way along over here then. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably should put the shafts here, because I think actually this is where it needs to start going downwards. I think to that point. Is this the right angle? Yes, there we go. Now, one issue is that I don't really want chain drives here to like mess up with these metal girders. So I think these belts are going to be powered by probably something inside there. Then I can have some chain drives coming through the wall to connect this belt up at least. We get our encased sight casing. We can then use this to cover all the belts up. To prevent a similar situation that I had before with the storage building, I think I'm going to build out this roof a little bit, because I like to have some additional stuff on top of the roof. I must admit, as much as I love using shaders, there is the slight downside that the amount of usable light I get per day is a little bit less than I think in typical Minecraft. Maybe I need to consider getting a mod that extends the time of day so that I don't have to keep sleeping in the middle of my builds. Let's get a structure up here. Something along these lines. I think I'm going to use these granite pillars in between. These create ones specifically because I like the connected material on them. And then we can use deep slate stairs. Looking pretty good. Perhaps we can stick some fans in this one. Maybe a pipe coming out of this one. Can't forget the supports. Perhaps we can even do a larger kind of chimney behind these smaller ones. Use, say, some of these weathered iron blocks and use some chutes also in between. And of course, the metal girders design that we had before. We have something like that. Yeah, I like having those two sets of chimneys. I'm just going to throw in some of this weathered stone. There we go, that makes it look a little bit less clean as it did before. Now I've just got to build the rest of the building. And I think we're going to do that in a little bit of a time lapse. There we go, there's our perimeter walls done. We've got in all our windows, some fans, some of the windowsill kind of things. Now, I haven't done the roof yet because I think I want to actually get in the iron farm first, just so it's not too dark in here. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is add an item vault here to act as a bit of a buffer for all the items coming in and out. And I'm making sure there isn't a belt going underneath that as well, because otherwise it will just go straight underneath the container. Then in advance, I'm going to break away these blocks here so we can add our chain drives in on both sides. Make sure that those stick out this way, also face the right way. Then I'm going to add a very short belt here, just to pull the items outside of the item vault. I am going to lower these down to 16 because that's going to make the system work a little bit better. Then I can add some chutes down from the belt. Or we even make these ones have a little bit of glass so we can see things going in. It should come straight off the belt into those chutes. And then below those, we're going to need our crushing wheels. So we do it on each side of here. Make sure that we get all 6 in. There we go. And then if we also have another chute coming out of the bottom, that'll make sure that all the items stay together. I think I'm going to put a gearbox on each side of these and make sure that they're facing the right way. I think I'm actually going to bring down a belt from up there on both sides, both for logistical reasons and because honestly, I just like the look of it. That way we can then come off of both of these belts to add our gearboxes to actually power the crushing wheels. They don't actually need it on both sides like this, but it means that it's symmetrical. Then of course we're going to need some belts coming down here, come all the way along to around about here. Connect our belts up. Maybe we'll add a couple more. I think that's a good length. Okay, now what I actually need to do is go underneath these belts and make sure that we have 5 deep hole, or rather 5 width. I'm going to have to dig down a little bit further because we're going to need to place some fans and some water. And there we go, there's our fans. We'll make sure to remove these bits of dirt. And then we need to power all of these. So I'm going to use my encased chain drive trick again. Then those can be connected up by an endpoint, so they're all connected. And now while those fans will be doing the actual washing, I do want something more visual on top because I like the idea of doing a more aesthetic thing on top. Now this idea is kind of inspired by Mikkel C1397. I'll leave a link in my YouTube description to show you what I'm talking about. But essentially, they use some pipes going over the top of their belts to make it seem like water is coming down from the pipes and washing them. Now, they use a different mod than I currently have, so I'm going to have to try and do it a different way. So what I'm going to actually do is place a pump here, probably a pump here. Is that the distance I want from them? Maybe one further away, actually. Like that. I need to make sure that these pumps actually have water sources underneath them, just so they can constantly pump from them. And then I'm also going to put some water underneath these fans. There we go. Then I'm going to bring these pipes up to, I think, about here. And we'll bring these all the way across to this side. Now, like I said, Mikkel used a different system where they use sprinklers, but I don't have that. So if I switch this one to a glass one so they don't attach, and then place some copper grates down. Whenever the water gets pumped into these, the water will stay within these, but they will still drip as if there is water coming out of them. So it kind of makes it look like it's being washed. Do that over here as well. And then although it's not necessary, I am going to dig down on each side to make sure it looks consistent. And we have to figure a way of how to power these 2 pumps as well. One thing I should also do actually is dig underneath here real quick. Place some smart chutes down, and then I'm going to place some lava underneath here for all the flint that we get, because we don't really want flint, at least not yet. And there we go, place flint on those smart chutes. I'm going to place some andesite casing on all these things, including the belts, and the fans should be able to work through them as far as I'm aware. Now, at the end of the slime, we're going to need some basins, some mechanical presses on top. as well as some brass funnels to make sure things are going in. And around the back of that, we're going to need some shafts and a belt. Because over here is probably where we're going to have just a big old item vault with all the iron inside of it. That's the general gist of what we want. I think I'm going to go grab some water wheels. I'm just going to place these in this corner over here. Try and squeeze as many of these in as possible. Perhaps even stack them up a little bit. Although actually I'm realizing I can't use gearboxes, can I? I need to use chain drives to make sure that they're all facing the right way. I think if we just place it up here, it should go straight down. There we go. That's now powering all of those. And we can do that for the rest as well. And there we go, and then I'll probably encase that in some way, but hopefully that should be enough power for now. Then if we bring the power underneath, I may actually switch the sides that these pumps are on and bring them over here instead. I'm going to bring this belt down here, add a gearbox here, which should cover both of those. That way we can bring the power from over here, using some gearboxes and connecting those up. Now all of those are moving and in the right direction, if maybe a little bit slow at the moment. And then we are gonna need rotational speed controller here, facing the other way, because I'm gonna make this connect into this belt. Whoops, and make sure that's going below 16, because I think I need it to be about that speed. But then I need to actually speed up the power coming through here. So I'll probably switch this to be further down, add our gear thing here. Put this up to like 128 for now, I guess. Might end up being too much power needed, but then we can throw another gearbox down, hook that up. Okay, yeah, it's overstressed. Bring that down to maybe 96 for now. Still overstressed? Okay. 64. Still overstressed. Okay, let's figure this out. Of course, what I should actually do is also we add our gearbox there, and we also need to slow the fans down. We use some encased chain drives there and make ourselves another gearbox. This should hopefully help. So we can lower this all the way down to like 8. Actually, no, we'll keep it to 16 just to make sure. But that means everything should be running. See, water is going up, so that should be working. Maybe if I lower these pumps one down, that way we should be able to access mechanical pumps over here, then bring some gears over here, and then 2 more gearboxes, I think. And that should move the pumps. And there we go. You can see that the water's falling through, and to make sure that these pipes don't overflow, they're now going to these copper grates. Now let me go and grab some lava real quick, and then I can just place that down here so that all the flint will get burnt. I need to make sure that these mechanical presses are also attached. Also this belt as well. There we go, that should all be mostly hooked up. Just gotta fix this belt going the wrong way. There we go. And these mechanical presses might be a little bit slow actually now that I think about it, because I'm realizing I'm pulling off this belt, but we'll give it a test anyway. Throw some cobblestone over here, and that got nicely split. Hopefully, by the time it reaches this 5th fan, it should clean. There you go. The flint goes underneath, and then we just have our iron nuggets, which will then go into here. Hopefully the speed of the mechanical presses won't matter too much. The other thing I've got to do is connect these belts up and have the fan pushing all the cobblestone from the cobblestone generator up here to truly try it out. Oh, I'm trapped. Okay, to get these belts going, we're probably going to need to offset this one a little bit to make sure to put a shaft in. We're going to need our water wheel. Preemptively add some chutes here just to make sure the water doesn't go down. Add our rotational speed controller, as well as a small cog and a gearbox. Then if we just put some water here, that gets that going. So make this switch ways. 64 might be quick enough. Although it is a little bit quicker than these belts, so maybe we can make it a little bit slower. Perhaps 48? Yeah, that's a bit better. I think it's still... Is it running quicker? I think it is, but I think that will be fine for now. So let me put another chute here. Probably just add like casing on top to make sure things don't blow up the top. Throw our brass funnel down. Also some tunnels, just to kind of split the cobblestone between all the different lanes. It's not like actually necessary, to be honest, because it's going to go into a vault anyway, but for the sake of visuals. So put this back where it was. Now if you come down here and place ourselves a belt over to here, then we can hijack the power from our shaft here. That connects our belt up, and then we need our fan facing straight up. and a way to power that fan. And that's connected up. And then we definitely need to speed this up a little bit. So perhaps something along these lines. Make sure that's going the right way and like up to like 96. Okay, luckily that's not taking too much power. Hopefully that's enough force. So let me turn this off briefly and let me actually do shoots coming all the way down from the top here. We can add some little windows in, put a brass funnel in. That should hopefully do what we want. So hook that back up. And actually, let's make sure that we actually have a vault in here to start holding all our iron. Although I don't exactly have enough iron vaults right now, but this will have to do. Then if we place this down, cobble is starting to come out. Although for some reason, oh, it's facing the wrong way. So we'll just double gearbox that up. And now they're starting to go up. Come out the top here, hopefully soon. Yep, there we go. We're going to start seeing some cobblestone coming out, going into there, entering the crushing wheels, getting washed, getting split up so it's just the iron going in here, getting smushed into an iron bar, and very slowly into our item vault. There we go, there's our first iron ingot from this new machine. But overall, I'm pretty happy with that. I might need to increase the speed of these crushing wheels, as I think they might be a little bit slow at the moment. But perhaps I can add some more power underground just so we have enough power coming through the system for it. But I think now I would like to actually get a roof on this building and start decorating the inside. Here we go. I've got the roof in, made sure to add some interesting details. And also the inside, just added a pile of gravel here, some random crates around. Got our item vault a little bit bigger and a place to also grab said iron. We've got some more gravel, some barrels, some cardboard, and yeah. I'm liking how this place is looking now. Haven't done any landscaping on the outside. Need to bring the path up from down there all the way out to up here. But I am running low on time this week, so I think that might have to be something I do next time. Yeah, that's all we have time for this week. I really appreciate the support I've been given this past month or so. I've had lots of lovely comments which genuinely help me keep making these videos, so thank you. If you like this video though, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you want to see more of the series, check out the playlist in the description. And as always, I hope to see you next time. Bye for now. In this episode, we're going to be working on a lumber mill and tree farm to make all the wood I need, including the new pair of oak trees. And for those who have watched the last episode, I managed to get a little bit of landscaping done off screen. So now we have this nice path leading up to the iron farm, as well as some clutter outside of the iron farm too. Got ourselves this fake container, some crates, and just, you know, a little bit of stone just to border around the outside. Speaking of the iron farm, one issue with this iron farm is that if I move far away from it, it no longer keeps on making iron. So I think one way to remedy that is by making ourselves some chunk loaders. Now I have this separate mod called Create Power Loader, and essentially just uses Create to power chunk loaders, and then that can be used to keep chunks loaded so that this factory will just continuously keep making iron. Now, I would like the empty brass chunk loader specifically, just because it can do a 5x5 chunk area. And if we turn on our chunk view, you can see here that these are individual chunks. And my building is about 2 wide, but the cobblestone generator is about here. So I realistically need to probably place the chunk loader somewhere within this chunk. That way it covers all of the stuff that we need over here. Now to make the chunk loader, we are going to need a 5x5 mechanical grid. And our current situation means that we actually don't have that. So I may have to edit this mechanical crafter slightly just so we actually have the edges. But that shouldn't be too difficult. And of course, we're going to need a respawn anchor, which requires some prime obsidian and glowstone. And luckily, at least in the mod pack that I'm playing, it's quite simple to make prime obsidian. We just need to haunt some obsidian. This shouldn't be too hard to make. We can use our new mass haunter to change our obsidian to prime obsidian. Then we're going to need some glowstone. So let's go head to the nether for that. There's our respawn actor. We'll make 2 of those because I'm probably going to need 2 chunk loaders for the tree farm as well. Now, conveniently, those mechanical crafters I accidentally made too many of in an earlier episode will now actually be very useful. Use all these spaces to squeeze these in. I think I'll place the barrel over here now instead and move all these around to face the right direction. There we go. And then if I change the direction of these stairs, it means I can see that crafter just a little bit better, even if it's still cut off a bit. Okay, so I think brass goes down here. Our precision mechanisms go here with a shaft underneath. Respawn actor on top. Some glass to encase. Hit this button. There we go. There's our first empty brass chunk loader. So let's make a second one real quick. And there we go. There's our 2 empty brass chunk loaders. Now, you may notice that they say that they are empty. And the main reasoning for this is that we need to go and find some ghasts to fill these chunk loaders with. Let's head to the nether again, shall we? Okay, ghasts, where are you at? Okay, I'm hearing one over here. Oh, here they are. Oh, let's try and make sure we don't get hit. Oh, okay. I grabbed one. Now we just need to go find a second one. Honestly, this whole thing is a kind of wild concept. I've never actually used these chunk loaders before. So learning that they need ghasts to fill them surprised me a little, I'm not gonna lie. Here's our second ghast, yoink. And also I've just noticed there's a little dried ghast over here. Let's go pick them up real quick. Now, I'm not playing the right version of... Oh god. Now, I'm not playing the right version of Minecraft to actually have this stuff natively in the game, but I do have a mod called Vanilla Backport that allows me to bring in some future content to this version of Minecraft. So, we'll have to try out the dried ghast at some point. I'm very curious. There we go, back home again. Okay, so what I've done is I've just thrown a bunch of water wheels underneath here, about 8 of them, attached a speed controller and a cog up here. Just gonna throw it on the gearbox and place our chunk loader. Because as far as I'm aware, I believe you pretty much need maximum speed for this to make sure that you can actually have the full 5x5 radius. But yeah, that seems to be working. It's purple. That will now be making sure that this area stays loaded and that we can keep making iron. Now, the next thing I'm gonna want to make is something also with the mechanical crafter over here. And that is the wand of symmetry. Luckily, this already fits in our current mechanical crafter, but basically the build that I want to do for the lumber mill and tree farm, I kind of want it to be symmetrical, and that will kind of make my life a little bit easier when building. So we can throw our things into the crafter, some obsidian, precision mechanism, brass ingot, and a pearl, and then I think it's just glass at the top there. Let me double check. Yes, except I got these 2 the wrong way around. And there's our wand of symmetry. Now, excuse the fact that the wand looks a little bit strange with my shaders on, but essentially how it works is use the wand to place down a little mirror kind of thing. You can switch in between these different things. So for example, rectangular and orthogonal means that you can kind of mirror it in 4 different directions. So for example, if I place a bit of cobblestone here, it will place it there. And if I place it here, it will place it there. And then all you got to do is kind of right click into the air to make it go away. Nice and useful. I think this is going to be my main area for my tree farm / lumber mill. Luckily, the ground's already relatively flat, but there are a couple of holes and things around. So let me clear those out and flatten this area. Okay, there we go. The land is flattened out. I've covered up all the gaps and stuff. And now I'm going to keep using this fence post as our middle spot. So if we place our mirror thing down, start placing the general frame, see that's working out quite well for us as we are bridging across. And we can place some stairs on each side and probably one just slap bang in the middle as well. And then I kind of want an A-shaped frame, so let's do that. Have a beam going across and topping off the top like so. So there's our A. And actually, let's also make sure we have a pillar in the middle as well. And I'd also like some bits sticking out the sides. I'm going to use some different wood to actually come out here. So it sticks out like so. Make sure we add our pillars in between. And wow, the wand of symmetry makes that quick work. It is going through my resources pretty quickly though, more than I expected. Of course, it's not actually duplicating or anything. It's still pulling out of my inventory. It's just making the actual building a bit quicker. But that's a pretty good structure so far, but I would like to add some side windows to the A-frame part. And there we go, those are the smaller A-frames that are on the sides as well. But now that we've got our frame up, I think we should switch to time-lapse mode. Well, that was extremely unfortunate. The replay mod decided it was gonna corrupt the time-lapse that I did for making this building, which is a bit unfortunate, I must admit. I did, however, forget to put these windows back here. So unfortunately, no time-lapse for this building, but this is the general shape of it. I've used some mangrove wood and mangrove window panes, along with like a mixture of stone at the bottom here. Threw in some of these dark oak trapdoors just to kind of add some variance to the roof, as well as some scorcher stairs. We may add some more to this roof. Maybe I'll add some more leaves and some more texture. And I also have these kind of awning things, which I'm planning to place a bunch of leaves on top. And this building definitely needs more detail than it currently does, but especially considering the time-lapse just corrupted, I'm not quite in the mood for that right now. So the actual setup for the sawmill itself is going to be relatively basic in terms of machines, but we're going to have a lot more like visual stuff. So we'll get a belt in here and a mechanical saw, and then we're going to pretty much just bring this along all the way down. And we're going to just place these blocks here and use these mechanical harvesters, but I want to turn these around so they're facing inwards. Now, these harvesters aren't going to actually do anything. Also, hi, Mr. Cow. Goodbye, Mr. Cow. These harvesters aren't actually going to do anything. They're purely just for visual interest. If we just stick our oak logs through here, and then we can strip this one to make it look like that it's stripping it. But the actual stripper itself is going to be this guy down here. Now we are going to need a filter for this, and in this filter I'm essentially going to just grab all the stripped logs that I can. I am going to leave out the crimson and warp stems though, and also the bamboo, because I feel like those should be a different farm. But there we go, we have all our stripped logs, and if we just place that into here, that will make sure that any kind of log coming through will be turned into stripped logs. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something where I actually switch this to the other side of the building, but I actually want the tree farm somewhere over in that direction, so it needs to be on the other side of the building. So let's do that real quick. Okay, there we go. Swap sides, and then over here, I want to place down another mechanical saw, some more belts to the outside, because this one is gonna take our stripped logs and turn them into planks. Now, it's not gonna do that to all the stripped logs. I'm going to separate some of them out using some rogs and stuff, but I'm essentially going to use these factory gauges from the new update to essentially keep track of what items that we need so that I can send it to this saw to make more planks when I need it. But we'll cover the factory gauges a little bit later. And then I'm essentially going to do a thing where I'm going to place down these like planks, some more of this stripped oak to make it kind of look like it's being cut by something. So then if we grab our mechanical saws, place them on the sides, then it kind of looks like it's being cut by all these saws. Now these saws won't actually do anything. They're more just there for the aesthetic, but I like how that looks. Though I may have to bring it back a little bit. It does stick out at the moment. Then we're also going to need another filter for all our planks. And the same again for this. Then I'm going to skip out the bamboo, crimson, and warped planks for different farms. Now we don't have any power over here yet, but I would like to figure out how to power all this stuff up. And I think the best way of doing that is to literally just throw down a gearbox here and some chain drives around. That way we can transfer the power between the different belts, but we can also swap the direction for the mechanical saw as it needs to go in the opposite direction from the belts. And then we can do that over here as well. And of course, these are going to be sticking out a little bit, so I'll probably place some copycat panels or something over the top of it, maybe with some sawdust. If I quickly make ourselves a temporary power thing, then we can throw, say, this one oak log on. It'll get cut up, go flying along here, and turn into planks. Now, I am going to separate out these tree barks as well so they don't get pulled along. Okay, so now I'm thinking I need to add some of the logistics in here. So we're going to need to place down Well, that's an interesting spot for my dead body to be in. But let's grab our stuff real quick. Back to life. I've honestly not used the corpse mod that much, but let's turn the saw off for now so we don't die again. Does my corpse just go away after some time? I'm not actually sure. I'll have to look that up. Okay, yeah, I looked it up. The body just disappears over time, but I guess it's just gonna sit there for a little bit. But as I was saying, we need to put some chain conveyors and stuff down to move some of the items that I want to move. I'm gonna need one in pretty much every single quadrant of the building. And then of course we need to hook these up with some chains, and we can probably move some of the stone as well just to make sure it doesn't clash with them. Also, I don't play hardcore in this game. Oh wait, look, my body's gone. There we go. I don't play hardcore in Minecraft because I'm always too scared of dying, and I'm really glad I didn't in this playthrough because that would have been the end of it. But that was indeed my first death though, so I lasted quite a while considering. Okay, with the chains in, I can then start hooking up some of these barrels and packages, and also the frogs as well. For this part specifically, we're going to essentially place these all down on top of the belt, because what I want to do is actually pull things off the belt before they continue going on. And we need to do it on the other side as well, and of course at the end too. But essentially this frog will need to go to our future stripped log storage, which I think I'm gonna place out here as a kind of like storage yard for them all. And then I'm gonna need a separate one over here too for the planks. So I think I need to name this frog to cut planks. That way any planks that need to be cut will be brought to this frog. And then this one should probably be called strip logs. That way any kind of normal logs get brought into here to be processed. And this frog is going to need to go into a different frog, which obviously I haven't made yet, or a different storage rather. For now, we can just call this stripped logs, I guess. And you know what? Just for the sake of completeness, let's put a storage thing out here, just temporarily for now. And this can be our stripped logs frog. Then I can't forget to place some brass funnels here and turn them around. I also want to place some oak logs here as well and strip them, just to kind of make it look like this is moving along the conveyor belt. And then at some point I want to create like a fake ramp here to make it seem like they're sliding down the hill towards a storage area over here. But let's do a quick little test here. We'll throw in a oak log. Should go into there. And then of course I need to power this. The frog puts it onto the line, and then eventually should make it way down to this frog. I'm probably gonna have to replace this with a timer at some point so it's not placing boxes onto the chain too often, but we'll leave that for now. Okay, then I'm going to place a dock ticker down for here for now, just so I can hook up all of these packages. And then I'm just gonna temporarily put up some factory gauges here, because I would like to give this whole system a test out with the kind of system I want. So we have our 3 blocks that we need to be placed on here. Each one of these I'm going to have to connect to the last one. We'll leave this as 1 to 1 for now, and this is 1 to 4. But for this one, I think we need this one to be sent to this frog over here, which is stripped logs. Actually, no, this one is gonna need to pull from this frog, which is just strip logs. I probably should name these things better, but for now. And then inside the planks, we need cut planks. And then if I just throw in like 6 oak logs, it can see those. And let's say we want this to have, I don't know, 4 stripped logs. So in theory, yep, the frog puts it on. Oh, it's not doing the right thing. Okay, actually, I just realized my mistake. I need to have a separate one over here. And this will be our actual storage for the normal wood logs. So let's grab those out, place them in here. We make sure that this stop link is connected up. Then now I think this should work, because it'll take it from that one barrel and then take it to be stripped through the strip logs thing, and then this will expect for cut planks to be taken from the storage. So we'll stop the promises here. That should restart itself. It took the wood out of there. It placed it into here. I need to place a funnel down so it goes into here. They then enter this packager. Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. Let me put these back in. I guess because these are all part of the quote-unquote same storage system, it now thinks that it doesn't need to move that outside of this chest. So perhaps I need to separate these systems out. Okay, a little bit tweaking later, and I switched these two frogs to be on a separate system, and then I made this factory gauge connect to that system. So in theory now, if I then say we want 2 items in here, and then that should spit that out, be taken into this one, get stripped, go into here. Okay, I actually removed the stock link on that one, and I think that's actually what we potentially wanted, because that's now going to this one. Yeah, there's now 3 in there. So if I now up this to 4, it should pull out of this one, go into this frog, get sliced up. This frog then puts it back on. These come over here and into this storage. Okay, I think that's what I want. Actually, let's place the stock link on this one, attach the factory gauge to this one, place it back on the wall for our planks in there, make sure it's attached. And then if we tell this to say we want 4, it should then message this one to put some of the wood out. It goes into this frog, goes through there, and then if we, I guess, put that there. Okay, that kind of worked. We now have 24 oak planks, which is not quite correct. I think I'm going to have to fiddle with this system a little bit more. Okay, actually, I've just realized that this should be 1 to 6. And I think actually that the system now works properly. We can do one more little test. We'll set this to 5. And there we go. It's cut those logs and it's going through over here. And there's our 5. So that's now correct up here. And then let's say we want 12 now. So that should then send just 1 of those out. And then in theory, there should also be 1 coming from over there as well. Then this frog takes it in, cuts it up. And now there should be 12 in here. Okay, cool. The system appears to be working. And then if I place a seat down and grab a sheep, place it down next to our stock ticker, it's not currently seeing anything because I believe that this one is empty. But if we put some oak logs in here now, it should see those. And then if we connect these up and add additional stock links, then in theory, I think that system should now see all 3. Yep, there you go. There's our oak planks, stripped oak logs, and just normal oak logs, of course, with our tree bark. So that is the basic premise of what I wanted from this. Now, the next kind of logical step is to actually start our tree farm so we can start feeding in the logs into this system. And I was originally going to use the gantry kind of style where it goes back and forth with a bunch of trees, but I think I might mix it up a little bit and actually have separate farms for each kind of tree type. And I kind of want to make almost like a forest over here. I'm not sure how well it's going to look with all the different types of wood, but I think with enough landscaping, it could look potentially quite interesting, because my current setup is literally just a bunch of trees that I've just planted on the ground and that I just cut down whenever I need to use them. I think we could essentially take this system, automate it, and then also make it look better. Now, the downside of doing that system is that I essentially have to make 9 separate tree farms. That might take a second. But for example, let's say we want to start with a oak tree farm. Perhaps we just like place it down here. We'll start with our usual water wheel business. Make sure that this is spinning, and then we can place our mechanical bearing inside here. And then we can kind of build up a basic base for it. Have our mechanical saws. And then we are going to need some deployers. There we go. That should work. And then if we get our glue, make sure that all of this is attached. And if I literally just spin that, that should quite simply just go around. And then actually, because this is going to be an oak tree farm, I'm probably just going to remove one of these deployers. And then I kind of want to make sure it only places saplings where I want it to. We'll place our saplings down, and then we can place some of this stone down to make sure it doesn't place it on that. And then once we actually place down a chest on this as well, and put oak saplings in the deployer, as well as just throw these in. Once I get it going, and a tree just conveniently grew, That will now cut the tree down and place it inside of its own inventory. A very quick and easy system. Then of course I do actually need to empty this system as well. So we'll stop it here real quick. Grab a portable storage interface. Perhaps place it down here. Make sure that's actually facing the right way though. And then we can also place one over here. So these will touch each other when it comes around. And I think the quickest way to empty these is by putting a chute down and a chest underneath it. And then I can probably actually place a packager and a frog on this. Of course, it's not actually attached to anything, but I think that's going to be the way to bring back whatever this machine makes. If we get this going again, there you go, it's exchanging it. And there's now some saplings and an oak log. Now, what I might do actually is temporarily remove this portable storage interface because I think I want it to build up some saplings first. And then I can also place the saplings around. I can make this essentially just like the oak area. Yeah, this is what this area now looks like with some oak trees, and I've also built a spruce tree farm over here as well. I'm hoping for these more smaller trees to grow at some point because these big trees are looking a little bit out of place at the moment, but I've also placed down some cane conveyors because I'm going to bring them up to here, and I need to build myself a yard of sorts so that we can store all our wood up here. So let me take apart this wall tool setup for now, and then I can quite literally just place a bunch of spruce logs down, for example. Then I can use some rails to make it seem like they are strapped down to the ground. Kind of underneath these, I think I'm also going to do like a bit of secret storage. You can throw some bolts down and then perhaps place a packager on the side here and then a frog. And that way we can have it store all our spruce logs underneath here, and I'll probably have to add a threshold switch at some point just to make sure that this thing doesn't overflow, and I can use that to also turn off the respective spruce farm. Now, one tree type that I need is the pale oak logs, and the only issue with this mod pack, initially I couldn't get any of the pale oak stuff because Terralift didn't support the biome. I think that might not be the case anymore with recent updates, but I did create my own recipe that allows me to essentially just haunt dark oak saplings into pale oak saplings. So let's throw these into our mass haunter. And there's our 7 pale oak saplings. And then if we can plant these somewhere, it will do for now. Hopefully we get our first pale oak tree in this world. That should give us access to the white wood, which is going to be very nice to use. Unfortunately, they won't have a chipped like variants, but that's okay. Okay, there's all our pile of logs for each wood type that we're processing here. I think it's about 9 types, and each one has their own little frog port and packager. And I'm going to have to make some stock links and attach them all to the main system. That way we can easily access all our different wood types. And then over here is where I want my stripped wood storage. So perhaps we can try a different design from over there. Maybe we can use some metal girders to kind of act as the barriers. And then if we throw some logs down, and then we can have something like that. And perhaps I can mirror that on this side as well. And perhaps put some just random logs around. So yeah, over here, what I might try and do, place a mechanical bearing down and a random log. Made sure that it's all glued together. And if I come underneath here and place one of these down, can't quite see what I'm doing. Change this to a smaller rotation, perhaps 15. And then if we rotate that a few times, it makes it look like it's, you know, a little bit different. Obviously, the only downside is there's a little bit of a gap here, but that's fine. Then I think in terms of actual storage, I'm gonna hide a big old vault underneath these logs. And then we'll grab this old one that we had, connect to this chain conveyor. We can make sure this is named stripped logs. And that'll be like our official storage for all our different logs. Now, I'm not gonna worry too much about this one filling up because I'm gonna make sure that I use these factory gauges to make sure that we're only asking for a certain amount. So no worries about overflowing. And I think over here, I still want the idea of like a slope kind of thing. So we throw in another mechanical bearing and use some stripped oak logs to kind of get a bit of height here. And if I make sure all this is glued together, I I can then start rotating this. Make sure we remove some of this ground as well. There we go, we can have something like this so that it looks like that this log can slide all the way down to the bottom here. And we could even put a log at the bottom to kind of show that's how it works. I'm not quite sure what to do for the underneath part of that, but I'll figure it out. Then I think over here we're going to do some plank storage, which I think will just be some simple piles of planks. Perhaps that large with like some of these railed ladders going up the side and a normal rail on top. And perhaps throw some weather dyed on top to kind of wrap it up a bit, maybe. Actually, perhaps we'll do a bit more of a dynamic pile like that. I think that ends up looking better. There we go. There's all our piles of wood. I've even made sure to try and wrap them around the building a little bit to make sure that these alcoves actually have a little bit of use out of them. And then I think I'm going to do the same thing as I did with the logs and place some secret storage underneath one of the piles. And then we can just throw another packager on there and another frog port. And we'll just name this planks. And that'll be our plank storage. And just like the logs, I'll make sure to keep control of how many planks are going in here with those factory gauges. No overflowing. Okay, I think it's now time to actually start some proper landscaping around this building because it being plain grass just looks a bit weird at the moment. And there we go. After a little bit of landscaping, we've got this in a pretty good state. We've got all our plank piles with some nice dirty ground. And I've done that also over here with the log piles and added this nice wall to go around it. And also the same over with the normal logs as well. Although it seems I've accidentally deleted these rails. I have to fix that. There we go. And inside we do have our, what is actually coarse sand, but I think kind of looks like sawdust. And I mixed in some dirty gravel into the stone as well, just to kind of make it look a little bit less clean. I've added a bunch of leaves onto the canopies and the roof. And from this angle, I'm thinking that's looking really nice. I also put in some belts on this just to kind of cover underneath. Then as for the tree farms, the decorating isn't quite done yet. I want to make sure I have all these spruce fences and leaves all over the place, but I've been running out of time unfortunately this week. But we have all our different tree farms. We have a birch tree farm over here, acacia one over here, a spruce one, our initial oak one that we made, as well as a jungle one and a cherry tree farm. Now we are currently missing two of our farms, which is the pale oak trees and also the mangrove trees. But once again, I did start running out of time. Now, one thing I need to make sure I do actually is hook up these tree farms to my storage. So we'll place down a clutch and a redstone link. And then I'm just going to put in 2 oak saplings because obviously this is the oak farm. And then over in our oak wood storage, we'll place down our threshold switch. So probably about one below at 59 stacks. And then we'll make this 20 stacks. So basically it will send out a redstone signal when it's just about to be full, and then it will turn off the redstone signal again when it starts emptying out a bit more. So then we can place our redstone link on here with the same thing with the saplings, cover back up our stuff so it's all nice and hidden. And then actually I need to make sure that this can receive a signal. So it's not currently full, so the clutch won't turn on, which would stop it. So now if I just right click this again, it should start moving. Then for example, if we came back to our oak thing and actually reversed the signal, when we come back over here, you can see it's now no longer moving. So perfect, that works. Now, if I actually give this packager a pulse timer and we set that to say every minute, and then place back our portal storage interface. And when it comes around, it should drop things off, and then shortly this should pulse. See, the package goes up onto the line, goes all the way along here, and it should be picked up by this frog. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Now it is currently picking up sticks and stuff as well, so we'll have to sort that out. And also it's now actually currently putting out some logs over here because this is demanding it. Yeah, that's all working nice and well. I also need to move the stock ticker and our sheep over here and place them over here. We'll chuck a table down in front of them along with a nice little white tablecloth. And now, using that sheep, we can access all the stuff that we need. Looks like some dirt and sanded stone got in here, but that's definitely not meant to be the case. And now the other thing I wanted to do as well was actually set up all the factory gauges for different types of wood. But honestly, it's going to essentially just be this, but like for all the different types of wood. And I'm unfortunately really running low on time for this week. So I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you everyone for watching this week. It ended up being quite a time consuming one on my side of things. Switching to the 9 tree farm setup instead of the 1 tree farm setup was kind of a bad idea, I'm not going to lie. But at the end of the day, I kind of like how it looks, and once I get some more decorating done through the different tree farms, I think it will definitely be worth it. Yes, once again, thank you everyone for joining me this week. Thank you for also getting me to 100 subs. Very pleased about that. I'm slowly hoping to make my way up to about 1,000 subs by the end of the year. I think we're well and truly on our way. But anyway, thanks again, and I'll see you all soon. Goodbye for now. In this episode, we're going to be working on a mob farm to finally get me some XP that I've been desperately needing to enchant all my tools and armor properly. Now, as some of you know from the last episode, I wasn't able to quite finish off parts of the tree farm, but since then I've managed to get most of it done. As you can see, we've got all our factory gauges here with all the different types of wood. And like before, I keep hold of a certain amount of planks and a certain amount of stripped logs, just so then I can pull it out of our sheep over here, who has all the wood inside of them, and I place down this frog to export that wood out as well. I also worked on getting our last 2 actual tree farms in. We've got our pale oak in, as well as our mangrove trees. Now, this area is a little bit less finished, especially as I was waiting for a lot of these mangrove trees to grow, but as you can see, we do have some paths now going properly between all the different tree farms, and this particular path I have extended down over towards this water because I'm thinking of actually placing our new mob farm over here, where there's this like nice kind of cut into the land, and then have a bridge going straight over towards the new path. But before we do that, however, I would like to name our cow and frog in our storage warehouse. But I think my favorite names that were suggested were by Hook for a Handicraft, who said, could do with a steampunk theme and name the frog Nicola and the cow Edison. And I honestly love that idea. So let's do that real quick. There we go. We have Nicola for the frog and Edison for our cow once I take them off the actual seat. And there we go. Make sure to place them back as well. Thank you for those suggestions. We're also going to need a name for this new sheep over here as well. Please feel free to leave in the comments some name ideas. Now, one other thing I noticed in the last episode when I was running around is that poor Bo over here was actually... Oh, you hear me? Was actually infected by a zombie, which is, to be fair, entirely my fault. I kind of just left him out on the open, but I think we should try and heal him. Luckily, I already have all the things that I need. We just need to craft ourselves up a fermented spider eye. If we just place down our brewing stand here, and I believe we just got to throw in some gunpowder to begin with. Now that we have our splash potions, I believe we just got to throw in a fermented spider eye. There we go, we got 3 of those. And now I'm kind of hoping it just works while he's staying seated, so let's give that a try. And there we go, he's back to his old usual self, and because obviously we healed him, his stuff is now way cheaper, so I'm probably going to take advantage of that real quick. And there we go, I managed to grab ourselves 4 mending books, and hopefully that will do for now. What I'm also going to do with Bo is to make sure he doesn't get infected again, I'm going to bring him inside and just place him down over here for now, just so that he's safe. I think once we build our new XP farm, he'll probably end up sitting in that building instead. Okay, now for this new building, we're going to have to clear up some land over here. There's quite a few trees here and a bit of elevation change, and I would like to flatten it out. Okay there, that should hopefully be enough space. Now I will say with this building, I was in creative mode trying to figure out kind of the idea of the building that I wanted, and then I proceeded to just build the entire thing in creative anyway. So what we're going to actually do is we're going to make ourselves a schematic cannon, which is relatively easy to make. And we're also going to need a schematic table as well as a schematic itself. Luckily for us, we have some of these blue orchids, which I can just throw into these grindstones over here to get ourselves some light blue dye. And there's our schematic. And then if we just place our cannon down along with schematic table, we can then throw in a schematic, pick the schematic that we need, and if I upload this, get our schematic out, and then with a little bit of positioning, you can see our building. Of course, it's the wrong way around at the moment, so let me fix that. And I think I want it round about here. Now I realize I haven't actually dug up enough of this land, so let me fix that real quick. There we go, all fixed. And I definitely left enough room back here, so that's good. But once the building is actually in, we can landscape the sides around a little bit better. But yeah, if we confirm that positioning, and if we throw this into our schematic cannon, and if we grab a clipboard and place it into here, get a nice material checklist. There's about 4 pages of the stuff. I don't know why it says yellow paper soul lantern. I don't remember placing any of those, so I think we'll just ignore that. But I think we need to go and grab pretty much everything else. Luckily for me, I had already built this thing, so I can grab all the wood from here. And there we go. I've got a backpack full of stuff. I think this should be mostly everything. I place it down next to the cannon and then put the material checklist in again. We'll see that I'm missing just a couple of things. And there we go. I placed everything inside. I realized with the stripped spruce log, or wood rather, I accidentally used the wood variant rather than the log, so I had to just quickly make those, but not too much of a worry. And then we're just going to ignore these yellow paper soul lanterns. And if we double make sure that our schematic is in the right spot, as it seems to be, and place that back in, check our printer settings, replace solid with any, skip missing blocks, protect block entities, throw in our gunpowder, and then we just hit the play button and off it goes with the floor. But let's switch to time-lapse mode. There we go, there is the built product. I'm going to open up these fluid containers on each side just so we can see inside of them, because we're going to be holding some liquid XP in them. And then I do have some empty spots here as well, because I want to place some of those XP blocks just to kind of denote that this is the mob farm. I also kind of made these little fake grinding stones. I think they look actually really cute. And of course, it is mirrored on the other side as well. And then this is pretty much our inside. We're going to be having 2 kind of spawning areas on each side with some conveyor belts and some rushing wheels in the middle, as well as all of our other mob farm tech that we need to do. Okay, so let's grab our crushing wheels, and also putting all the stuff I need into a backpack rather than having to juggle it in my inventory is quite nice. But we're going to start with our crushing wheels. I think at probably about this level. Actually, no, we're going to put that one above, and then we're going to have it go all the way along to here, because I believe when things are spawning, they spawn 4 things around them. So I've made this 9 blocks wide, and I've left a bit of a gap over here so we can actually connect these things up. So if we grab our gearboxes, throw on our shaft, I think we're going to bring the power from underneath here. And that's as simple as using some chain drives. Come all the way down into there. And then for the belts themselves, we're gonna need to place these all the way along on both sides, as well as, of course, placing these closer to the belts themselves. We actually grab our belts and, of course, connect these up. Push it just one more forward just to make sure that they're actually going into the center. There we go. And then we need to repeat that on the other side. Although I do need to actually bring up power to it. So probably just use a gearbox and our chain drives again, just to make sure that the rotation is reversed in the way that we want it. And then of course, using our belts once again to come over and then just extending it a little bit to make sure it goes into the center. Honestly, the nice thing about crushing wheels is that it doesn't seem to really matter too much how fast they're going. They'll do the same amount of damage. So I won't need too much power to rotate all these crushing wheels. Okay, and then we need to make sure we actually have a belt going all the way across. Make it one short here so that we can add a chute. Chute can drop it down to a separate belt over here. And I'll probably have a chute underneath to actually take out all the items, such as the bones and stuff, into storage below. But over here, I want to have like a little grinding setup using the enchantment industry stuff. So if I place down an item drain here, place a mechanical grindstone inside of it, and then another one on top, then using a mess of gearboxes, make sure these are hooked up. Actually, I'm going to need a gearbox on this side as well for a pump. And then we can use our encased chain drives around the back. Then hopefully, I think if I just place a gearbox also up here, sure that's the right way round. I think that should also put that belt in the right direction. In fact, actually, let's grab our water wheels and quickly place those in just to make sure that everything is going in the right direction. Okay, there we go. Although it might help to actually connect up the bottom belt as well. There we go. Okay, seems to all be mostly moving in the right direction except for this belt. So if we throw in another gearbox into here, then it should all be working well. So yeah, any items that comes through these crushing wheels will come along this belt, drop down onto this belt, and I'll have any items get pushed down into some kind of storage underneath. And all the XP over here should be turned into liquid XP, although I think I've got this the wrong way around. It might depend on where I'm standing where this goes. Yeah, there we go. Because one side is where the gearbox goes into and the other side is pipes. Now, we've got to put that liquid XP somewhere. So if we break some of the wood up here, you can see there's kind of a way all the way up to this tank up here. And actually, you know what? I'm going to turn off this power before I get killed by the crushing wheels. And I don't want that right now. We bring the pipe down from up here. We'll throw in a mechanical pump there and then bring it around. We can then also use our andesite casing on these fluid pipes because luckily we do have crate encased, which means we can use any encasing we like. And I'm going to do it up here as well, just to make sure that any kind of mobs coming along don't get stuck on it. Let's make sure we don't forget to turn this around and place our cog on here so we can actually power that pump. Now, I will say I am going to place down a kind of temporary setup with a barrel here because I want to actually grab any XP going by first before it goes into the liquid XP container because, like I said, I want to create some XP blocks to sit on the outside here. So I'm going to need them in physical form to do that. So leave that there for now. And then let's dig a little bit underneath. I'm going to want to place a nice big item vault underneath here, and I'm probably just going to make one massive one just to hold on to anything that comes out of our mobs. Okay, there we go. And I do want to bring up some items from the item vault so I can actually access them up here. So we're going to have to use our usual packages setup with a belt going along. But actually, I just realized I probably need to raise this up by one, have a brass belt funnel coming out of it, and then we are going to need to use a fan down here. And it's honestly going to be a little bit annoying to actually hook up. Perhaps we just use some chain drives, turn that around, and then do the same thing again. I think that way that should all be connected up. Then if we have some chutes going up here, as well as another brass funnel, even open up the glass so we can see things moving through. And I think on top, we can just place down a barrel and that should hold onto everything. But we are also going to need a stock ticker and a stock link, which we can make sure are connected up. Place that down here along with a seat. And now we need to go grab a mob from somewhere. And I have found a pig. So our pig can sit here. Oh my god, I love how the pigs sit. And there we go. That should give us access to the storage down there. And I think I want to make sure I actually use some andesite casing along all of the underneath here, because I'm not sure if light passes through. In fact, this would be a lot easier, I think, if I did it from up above. And there we go. There's all the underside done. Then we can also use it along here just to make this bit look a bit nicer, and up here as well. Now, the other bit I'd like to do is actually bring down stone pillar here. This is where our spawners are going to be, but to also place a redstone lamp with a redstone link on it. I think it will keep it simple and just make this frequency of just the 2 redstone lamps and set to receive. We'll make sure we do that on both sides. In fact, actually, let's use the torch as the frequencies. But this way, this should mean that we can place a different redstone link down here, perhaps above here, place our 2 torches in and a lever. So then when I switch this on, both of the redstone lamps turn on, and that should mean that I should be able to essentially turn this mob farm on and off as I wish. And actually, I'm going to quickly place some stripped dark oak logs there, just to make sure that none of the mobs get stuck. And then I do actually need a way out of here myself. I think I'm going to make a temporary hole over here just to enter and access. Yeah, there we go, all moving in the right direction. Now, I do have 1 mob spawner, and I found this quite early on in the series. It's just a skeleton spawner. And if I bring this up in here and place it here, that shouldn't activate because there's too many lights in here right now, especially with the redstone lamp right next to it. Although, if I start removing some of these lights, hopefully in theory those shouldn't spawn. So now when I turn this on, we can hear some skeletons spawn. They should be moving along the conveyor belts towards here. They died. That one dropped some EXP, so that's good. EXP should go into there, and everything else should be going underneath. And there we go, perfect. Now, 1 spawner is, quite frankly, not enough, so we're gonna have to go find some more. We'll turn this off for now. Now, I am aware of where some spawners are. I did find a dungeon underneath pretty much where the current lumber mill is. I found it when I was just flying around in the caves underneath there, so I'll have to make my way back there. But I am probably gonna have to use the card assemblers to try and grab as many as possible, as grabbing them one by one at a time using my hands is probably not gonna be very easy to do. But let's get ourselves prepped for that, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of skeletons. We'll grab our shield back and also some diamonds, because for some reason I have still yet to make a sword, or rather specifically a diamond sword. Let's head down here, because I believe this might be the way there. There's definitely plenty of other mobs around. Okay, and here we go. We definitely have some skeletons in here. I'm going to quickly place down a torch or a few, because here's one of them. I'm also going to quickly run over to these other spawners, try and make sure that they don't spawn. Then we got a little bit lucky here. Oh god. I think we got a bit lucky here in respects of spawners, because it looks like most of them didn't really activate just yet. But we're going to have to try and fight these guys. And I don't know if there's any on the bottom floor. There's definitely some skeletons. Oh, I see one. Luckily for me, they're kind of just shooting each other, which is kind of hilarious. You can also check in here. We've got Punch and Smite. I don't really care about those. I'll take the bones and the redstone though. Oh, we've got an infinity bow. That actually might be quite useful. Hellfire increases the damage of a flamethrower and place fire. Oh, wow. That's not a one I was aware of. And digging, which is good for the drill. Might as well just take all of these. Why not? But okay, let's actually try and steal this. Probably gonna need to actually place a light down below. In fact, maybe we should place down more lights, because there's still a bunch of skeletons around. I'm fed up with them shooting at me. Ow. Because yeah, there's definitely a couple of spawners around still. Yes, shoot each other instead of me Okay, I think I've got that under control now. So let's start stealing some of these. Luckily, it's pretty simple. We just got to place down a rail. I have to actually make myself some mine carts because I did forget to do that before coming down here. But luckily, I did bring some iron with me. If we place down our cart assembler, a mine cart, redstone torch, and then we should be able to just pick that up. There we go. And if we just do that with all the others as well. Okay, there we go. I managed to grab 4 of our spawners and a bunch of, oh, hello, and a bunch of enchanted books and some other things from chests and whatnot. But let's escape here for now, as honestly, I would like to find maybe some zombie spawners as well. Interestingly, while trying to find my way out, I've been finding these kind of mine shafts, and there's this one that goes really high up, and I want to say that maybe this might go all the way to the surface, and it, oh my god, it does. We've come right out into a little cave system, right actually next to our mob farm. So, wow, that was actually very convenient. I might have to go down there at some other point to grab other things. I actually suddenly remember that I think I marked a zombie spawner over here at some point. I want to say that it was through these mine shafts. Yeah, here we go. I found this spawner at some other point. So let's grab this zombie spawner as well. Okay, I wasn't very successful in finding any more spawners, so we'll have to go and find them over time. But I did obviously get my 4 original skeleton spawners and that 1 zombie spawner. So, place these down here, then I can pick these up all individually, although I'm realizing I need to open up the wall again. And if we just place these in, I think we can probably fit about 4 maybe on each side. There we go. We have 6 spawners in. We got 4 skeleton ones over here, and then 1 skeleton and 1 zombie. I did find some spider dungeons, but I don't think it's gonna work with this particular contraption, as they're kind of like 1.5, 2 blocks wide, and so I don't think they would fit down here. Plus, I believe only zombies and skeletons with enchantment industry drop EXP. I don't think spiders can, although correct me if I'm wrong. But let's cover this back up. Now, hopefully when I just turn on this lever, get a bunch of spawns happening, a bunch of skeletons on the side. As they die, they'll drop onto the conveyor belt. See, those will go down underneath, and then we'll get some EXP coming along as well. Perfect. I may have to speed this up a little bit, less so for the actual crushing wheels and more for the belts themselves. Okay, I added a couple more water wheels just so I could speed it up a little bit, and hopefully that will help. I'm thinking that maybe once we actually get a proper power station in, we might be able to take advantage of that. But for now, I think this is perfectly reasonable. Even building up a nice amount of arrows, bones, and rotten flesh, and some nuggets of experience as well. Okay, now while I'm waiting for all this EXP to build up so we can actually place our experience blocks on the outside of this building, I think we should work on the bridge over this river here. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is actually fill in this area here, because the bridge is probably going to come right close to here and it's going to look a bit strange, I think, with the water on the side. So let's do that real quick. Okay, there we go. Just smoothed out that corner a little bit. Now I think I'm going to mostly use some stripped dark oak logs for this. We can probably start the structure around here. I think I'm just going to go straight across to begin with. Like so. Then just for a bit of structure, we'll come out here by like 4 blocks each time and repeat that on the other side. And because that's a pretty long bridge, I think we need to have some support in the middle as well. I think this is about the middle. And if we bring this all the way down, and then this kind of needs some structure as well. So something along these lines, maybe a little gap here just to place down a spruce fence perhaps. Then I think I'm also going to use these fences to go all the way up, as well as along a little bit, and bring this all the way over here. Of course, a wandering trader would spawn as I'm trying to do this. Do you have anything interesting? Not really. Can I pick him up? I can. Let me just place him further away. Are you just gonna walk straight back? Okay, well, I don't want them making noises in my ear, so I'm going to just try and pick them all up and place them away over here. And hopefully the wandering trader will come to their llamas. Okay, I picked him back up again. Okay, no, he absolutely insists on going back over there. Okay, well, okay, I think interacting with him one more time and then placing him over here works. Okay, there we go. But back to what I was doing, let's also throw some spruce fences here. Yeah, I'm liking that so far. Now I've just got a mirror on the other side. I'm thinking we should also have some bits sticking out like this so it's not so flat. I think once every 3 or so blocks will work. And then maybe some buttons to go on those just to add a little bit of contrast. I think I'd like to use some more spruce stuff with these trapdoors going along in between the gaps, and maybe use some down here as well. And if we give this bridge some width to it, once again probably about 3 logs wide, and we can have a middle parting. And then if we just mirror what we have done on this side on the other. Now I think I would like to have some kind of pattern along here, and using these bits of logs that stick out to kind of follow a pattern, be kind of along these lines, and then using the spruce again to act as a contrast. There we go, I repeated it on the other side as well. Kind of like that aesthetic. Now I do need to break this up a bit more just so that it's not quite so flat, and I am going to want some supports for some kind of lanterns, I think. Perhaps once every 3 of these pillars. I think for the lanterns we can probably just use 3 fence posts, and then using these trapdoors again along with some lanterns underneath. And we can just repeat that for all the different ones. And then I think I want to use these stockade fences to fill in the gaps over here. And then I think to add a little bit of color on the sides, I'm going to throw one here and have some flowering azalea leaves above them. And that pop of green I think actually really helps prevent the bridge from looking too samey. Now, funny enough, I still think this area looks a little bit flat, and one kind of weird block that is definitely not meant to be used this way, but I think might look pretty good, are these dark oak curtain rods. And I think they can kind of act as a little bit of a trim all along the side here, and then have some more fence in between, just to kind of separate the bridge into kind of 2 directional paths. Then to kind of just wrap up the main part of the bridge, I think we can place some more of these trapdoors on top of the logs. Now I just need to actually connect it to both sides. Probably have to do some landscaping over here. So I don't think I want to use stairs or anything. And there we go. There is the completed bridge with a path leading up to it, as well as the finished deck on this side. I've also made sure to block up underneath here with some of our pale oak planks, and I kind of did the same over here on this side as well. But yeah, overall, I am pretty happy about that. Okay, it's about a day later in real life, and I noticed that with my mob farm that I was having a little bit of issues with mobs spawning and getting stuck like in the middle, because they would have mobs coming in from one side and also the other and getting stuck in the center. So I did throw myself in a fan, which you can kind of see from here, which hopefully should mostly dislodge any of the mobs. A little bit further testing seems to prove that worked, but we'll see over time. Okay, now I think the next thing I want to do is actually build a very small kind of villager trader outpost here. We're going to be getting some EXP and stuff. It would be nice to also be able to grab some books to enchant my stuff with. So I'm going to build kind of small cubicles for each kind of villager. It doesn't have to be anything particularly complicated, just something simple like that. And then we can just like throw a little seat down and a lectern if it's going to be a librarian. And then I still want to keep these pretty nice and bright, so we'll just throw in some glass and then maybe make use of these pale oak trapdoors just to kind of cover up the rest. And I think for their own safety, we're going to obviously need probably a bit of extra glass up there. And then I'm gonna, I think, use some of these copycat slices to throw in some stripped oak logs here. Perhaps rotate those around just so they look like little mini ones. And that should mean that nothing should be able to get in. Although I am going to probably place some kind of gate or barrier here to prevent mobs and such getting in. And that's looking a bit plain at the moment, so let's kind of do a bit of a small roof design perhaps. And then we essentially just need to repeat this all the way along. Something along those lines, then we're going to just repeat that on the other side as well, I think. And there we go, we have it on both sides now, and I did leave this one open just so I can still move in between to where our stuff is. Now I'm probably going to also place a kind of gate in the front here. And I don't think it has to be anything complicated. And it would be nice if we can still kind of pass through still. So if we add a kind of bit over the top of the gate here, and then if we place these copycat panels down, I believe, can we pass through here? Yes. We can pass through here, but I believe zombies are going to be too tall for that. Then we just got to do that on the other side. And I think I'm just going to repeat this kind of same design on the other side of the building. Okay, there we go. We've got all our villager raiding posts in. And now I think I should go and grab Bo. Come here, bud. I'm going to place him down. I think he should, yep, just interact with that. Pick him back up and put him in his seat. There we go. Bo is now in hopefully a much safer spot. Now, one thing I've kind of just realized is I haven't actually placed like an enchanting table set up. So perhaps I'll break down some of these cubicles just so we can have an enchantment table over here. But we won't do that this episode. Perhaps I'll do that in between episodes. But yeah, we're almost complete here. Now, have been building up some EXP over here, and I finally have some blocks of experience. So now I can place all these EXP blocks in. And there we go. Now we can see those EXP blocks from really far away, and they shine up at night as well. I may have to change the little block that's in between them, but I'll think of some ideas for that. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with this build. We now finally have some XP and other items coming in. We already have quite a lot of arrows and bows and stuff. I'm going to probably trade this rotten flesh away to a villager so we can make some emeralds. And I don't know what I'm going to do with the arrows, probably just throw them away. But yes, thank you everyone for watching today. Hope you all enjoyed it. We also made it to over 200 subs this week. That happened a lot quicker than I was expecting, and I very much appreciate all the support that everyone's been giving me. But anyway, thanks once again, and I'll see you all hopefully next week. Bye bye for now. In this episode, we're going to be working on a huge power station to stop my addiction to water wheels, as well as get ourselves access to infinite lava. Now, obviously, last episode, we worked on our mob farm, and I did landscape around the edges a little bit. Nothing too wild, I just changed it into more of a slope rather than a very vertical stone wall. I have also started putting some more villagers in. We got a Gregory over here, No, Sun, Arlene, Fabian and Gerald, and been trying to get some good enchantments. We got projectile protection over here, fire protection 4, etc. And then I've also got Gerald the cleric over here, just so I can sell my rotten flesh to him that I get from my mob farm. And as some of you may remember, I also said I was going to try and get the enchantment table in between episodes, so we have this little enchanting setup. Nothing too wild, but it works to what we need. And the mob farm has been working relatively well as well. We're still getting our XP in. I was recommended by someone in the comments to potentially add some deployers alongside these crushing wheels. I might have to change the design of the mob farm a little bit for that. Like, I think I'll have to lower the crushing wheels down by a block, but if we can get some more EXP out of this farm, that would be great, because as much as it's nice, it is on a little bit of the slow side, I must admit. Okay, now for this power station, I need to think of which location I want to pick. And I was originally going for here next to our iron farm and lumber mill, but I think this power station is going to be quite a large building, and by the time I'm done with it, it's probably going to take up almost this entire space, which I don't think I actually want. So I think I'm going to build it further back here, and you can kind of already see some dirt marks where I have planned it out. This is probably going to be where our actual entrance is. And then for the actual infinite lava source, I kind of wanted it as like a feature in the middle of this power station. So I think the center of that is probably going to be around here as well. For those who don't know, infinite lava in Create, you can essentially do by filling a rather large hole with 10,000 lava blocks, and then that gets classed as a form of infinite lava. And so when you use a hose pulley, you can essentially pull out as much lava as you need for whatever you. So I'm thinking for this particular hole, I'm going to need like a 13 by 13 hole, and then that's going to go down by about 85 blocks, and that should be at just over 10,000. So in order to do that, we're going to need to make a bunch of drills, because I'm going to need a 13 by 13 wide drill to essentially drill all the way down into the ground. And I'm pretty sure there's some caves underneath here, so we might have to watch out for those, but we'll figure it out as we do it. And of course, for our 13 by 13 hole, we need 169 drills, which is a little bit on the expensive side, but we can do it. Much crafting later. Let's get these drills in. That is a lot of drills. Now we're also going to need a rope pulley with this, so we can just stick that on top, and then to just power those, we can just use some gearboxes. There's a speed controller and just some water wheels. Before we get those water wheels set up, let's make sure we actually glue all of these together. And we're probably going to need to put a bunch of chests on here as well, just to make sure that we're not leaving a bunch of things everywhere. Glue those two, and if we hook this back up, get this going properly in the opposite direction, it should start moving downwards. Off it goes, down into the depth. Now conveniently, we're at about 80 at the moment, so we only just need to go just below deep slate level. So this should be relatively easy to at least see when it's almost done. Seems we've hit some water, but we can sort that out as it gets further down. In fact, actually, we can use our free cam to see how far down we are. We are getting down to deep slate level, and interestingly, we've also had some glow squid spawn. And there we go, there's deep slate level. I am going to let it drill down a little bit further just to make sure that we actually do genuinely have enough height. I'll probably wait to about minus 10-ish. And there we go, that should be enough. Let's bring the drill back up. Back it comes, along with all the glow squids that were spawned inside of that water as well, I guess. I guess we can just kill these guys and get their glow squid stuff. Or they could just die and give it to me instead. Yeah, as you can see, all these chests are pretty much full. In fact, actually, I might have not even put enough chests on here, but oh well. Now I just need to go down there and clean up all the water. Obviously, one issue is that the jetpack can only go a certain height, so I might have to dig myself back out of this hole, but that's fine. Let's drop down. There we go. There's all our water removed. Here's all our spare blocks that didn't get put into chests. How many? We even got some diamonds out of that. Okay, so let's make sure I block up this little bit of hole here. Now I need to escape from this hole, and then we go back to the surface. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Lifor, what about all those cave holes that you didn't fill in? And normally I'm like, oh right, yeah, I need to fill in those holes. Now, I did learn of a trick very recently, specifically from a Foxy No-Tail, who taught me that actually, it doesn't actually have to be 10,000 source blocks that you need for lava. I don't know if this was again one of those things that like changed at some point, because I could have sworn in the past that it had to be 10,000 source blocks, but at least currently in this version of Create, that doesn't actually seem to be the case. So my plan is to cover up the top here with some cobblestone. With the top layer covered like this, we can then cover that entire area in lava and then remove the cobblestone underneath so that the lava flows all the way down to the bottom. And because it's just flowing lava from these upper source blocks, the lava shouldn't spread out into those caves. What I'm also going to do is dig a few blocks down and actually add secondary cobblestone layer. This layer is going to be my safety layer so that when I'm removing the cobblestone blocks above me, I can actually stand on something without falling to my death. Well, not to my death, but falling a long way down. And essentially, before I break a layer of these, I'll break a layer below me and then above, just to make sure the lava doesn't spread out over this cobblestone either. And you know what? Let's take this drill down for now, because we're not going to need it for this area. We're also going to have to get rid of these chests, but instead I just empty them out from all the things that I actually wanted. And honestly, once the lava's in there, I'm probably just gonna drop it all into the lava. Speaking of lava, let's go get some. Okay, we're here in a nether, but I'm going to move a little bit away from this fortress so we don't have any mobs attacking me. Here will do. It should be pretty simple if we place some blocks down and a hose pulley. Perhaps turn this around so that it's facing that way. Sure. We get a pipe coming out of here as well as a pump and some fluid tanks. Enough to fill the top layer. 192 should be fine. Then I just need to get this down into the lava. We can use our crank to lower it down. And then we need to power this. So get some cogs down and then place like some water wheels. 3 will be enough. And then we can actually use lava to power these. And we're very, very slowly pumping in lava into our fluid tank here. Now I should probably speed that up. We can use our speed controller and then just use some case drives to turn that around. And then crank this right up. That should start filling much quicker. And now we just wait for that to fill up. And there we go. We've got that full up. So now if we place some track down, a cart assembler, and a mine cart, along with a redstone torch. Oh, okay, that's not quite how I wanted that to go. Perhaps we turn off this power. Try that again. We can pick that up and then just put it in our inventory. And let's make sure to pick up all this stuff as well. And head on back to the portal. Now we essentially just need to do the reverse of what we just did. So place our minecart contraption down, put that back into the well, place our pump down into a hose pulley, lower that down into the bottom. Once again, with the help of our water wheels, we can throw our water in, and that will start placing down the lava. And there we go, it's filled all that hole in, and we have a little bit of lava left over. And now if I come underneath here, you can see all the lava dripping down, and we can start removing some of the cobblestone to make this into an infinite lava source. So break our first row, all this cobblestone downwards. And yeah, you can see how it's moving downwards, but it's not actually touching onto this bit yet. So I don't know why, but I find this weirdly nerve-wracking. Almost done. There we go. Let's make sure to cover up this hole. And now if I'm a little bit patient and wait for all this lava to move down towards the bottom, as you can see it's slowly doing. So now we reverse the direction of this pump. In theory, this should now be an infinite lava source. Although I am realizing I need to actually lower this all the way down, so one sec. Now as you can see, we've now got a bottomless supply, so we've been able to slowly fill up this fluid tank again. And you can also see how on the cave entrances, it just flows straight down past it and not actually into any of the caves. I should probably cover these up at some point, just in case it does switch back to needing source blocks, but this will do for now. Okay, now that we've got our infinite lava in, I think I'd like to start working on the facade of our power station. This is going to pretty much be our entrance. So we use some of these granite pillars on the side. I want this to be pretty tall in the middle. And we can use some of this other granite on the sides. Repeat that on both sides. And then I think I want to try and make use of this mangrove again as well. And those can be where we can place some windows. But perhaps instead of windows, we could use some iron bars instead. Yeah, I like that. And I think to frame these windows, we're going to use some of our metal girders, along with some shafts and some metal brackets to go along with it. Something like that. And then we can also use our wrench on these girders, kind of make it look like they're connected. Now I think above those, I want a little bit of a different window style using these dripstone blocks, which I think work quite well next to granite. And I think I actually want to make these stick out a little bit more as they're a bit flat to the wall. So some of these copycat blocks kind of add a frame around our window, and then use that same block to kind of add a bit of a trim around it. And honestly, chipped looks really good on copycat blocks. Then we can perhaps use some of these panels, place some windows into them. And there we go. Let me just repeat that on the other side. Now, one thing that I like seeing people do actually is use water wheels as like a form of architecture. So we can have something along these lines and then remove the center part. We can just throw our water wheel on. As long as we move the blocks out the back just to place it. I like that you can kind of see through into the building. And I think to kind of help cover some of these corners, we can use some of these copycat stairs, throw in our same block that we were using before. I think I actually want this to go inside a little bit too, because I might add a second wheel just to give it a little bit more depth. This door frame seems a bit high at the moment. So place a little bit of support kind of structure there. And actually, instead of using some steps here, I might actually also place some andesite pillars out here, kind of match with the rest. We can actually use some walls back here just to add a little bit of depth to this and throw in some viridian ones in between for a splash of color. In fact, actually, I think I want this bit to be a little bit taller than the rest. You can reuse this block here and go across. Make sure we bring this all the way up the top. And actually, even though I've placed this design here, I am going to place something in front of it because I've also done this on my workshop, but I also kind of like the idea of using flywheels as a little bit of decoration on top of the water wheel as well. Perhaps we can even have a little bit of girder come out and I don't know, throw some shafts in between. Yeah, you can still kind of see the design behind it, but alas, it is not quite as obvious as it was before. And I think this general center area is going to stick a little bit further back than it currently does. And then once again, reuse our mangrove, I think, that we did before, and bring that a little bit taller. Along with a pillar over here, we can have a bigger window here, I think. Once again, reusing our mangrove wood with a similar design as the others. But I think we can use a different window design in this one. And then we can add the same kind of features that we did for this window. And also throw in a girder in between for support. And I think, again, a similar width window, but kind of make it a little bit shorter, just so we kind of have this kind of slowly stepping down building. And of course, a creeper decided to come and blow me up. Well, didn't actually blow me up, but almost blow me up. There we go, something a bit like that. And actually, I'm going to move these brackets down by one, just so they are at the same height as these ones. And actually, to kind of continue that line, you can probably give a little bit of a break in these pillar blocks here. Perhaps we can do that at the top of these pillars as well. Yeah, I like that. Get all of this roof. I'm going to make mostly flat, probably mostly out of this polished deep slate. We can have that up here as well. But I don't want it too flat, so perhaps we can throw in some of these viridian stairs that I've just made. A bit like that. And then we can still use our deep slate on the edges, just to kind of keep the style going. And then probably just reach this up to here, so that the roof kind of curves down towards the lower area, and perhaps use a little bit of these dark oak stockades and lanterns on it just to kind of break up the deep slate a little bit. And I actually also decided to switch out these corners with some of this wall to add a little bit more depth. I didn't like how flat this bit of wall looked. And then I also just threw in some girders on the outside and made them a little bit offset, just so it's not too symmetrical. Yeah, I think that's the general front of the building that I want. I did add some of these more floral iron bars and deep slate walls on top of the roof. And yeah, however, I think I've yapped on long enough for now, so let's build the rest of this building in a nice little time lapse. And there we go, there is the main exterior of the building done. I've added these chimneys on top, and I made sure to throw in some fireplaces with some hay bales underneath them to get that extra big smoke effect. but I rather enjoyed building this. It was definitely quite a big project, but fun nonetheless. I did make a slight mistake back here where I didn't bring the building out far enough, but honestly, I think most people wouldn't even notice unless I just pointed it out. The roof is looking a little bit bland. It's very kind of samey. Honestly, most of the time, you're not going to be seeing it all that much, so I'm not sure if I should be too concerned about it. But yes, the next thing I need to do is clean up all these walls, add in a floor, add some other decorations before moving on to actually making the power station itself. And there we go. That is the inside all nicely cleaned up. We've got the lava pool covered up, ready for the steam engines to go on top of it. I cleaned up the roof, added some lights around. Now you might be wondering what these big old holes in the ground are. And actually, I had an idea for these, where essentially I like the flywheel designs that are in Create that aren't actually used by the mod anymore. And I kind of like the idea of kind of replicating this, but like in a much bigger form. So I made a flywheel thing in creative. So if we bring that in, and you can kind of see how I was inspired by the original design. But yeah, I am just going to cannon this one in. So let me just place that there, throw in our gunpowder and schematic, and then throw in a clipboard to figure out what we actually need. And there we go, I've grabbed all the stuff, and let's get this going. And there we go, there's the flywheel in. Now I do need to set it up so it can actually spin. So we'll put in one of our mechanical bearings in. We're definitely gonna need a speed controller. Hopefully just a small water wheel will do what we need. Well, that is certainly moving too fast. And yeah, there we go. I definitely had to slow it down a little bit because even though this is not actually rotating very fast, because it's so large, it definitely makes it look like it's moving quicker than you would expect. But I kind of like this for our power station. And we just got to throw some walls around it. Now, I like to repeat that on the other side. But the other thing I actually also wanted to do to kind of fit within this same vibe is to actually have a kind of piston. So let's place our schematic in and get all the materials that we need for this as well. And now that we've got all the stuff for that, we can start that off too. And if we come underneath here, we can get a redstone contact, place a redstone link on it, and we'll just throw in a random signal, to be honest. And do the same over here. Make sure to also put a redstone link on it. And then I'm actually going to use a sticky mechanical piston, throw ourselves in a gear shift. Okay, so we should have enough power going to this to make sure this is going fast enough. I've got my powered toggle latch in, and then if we throw in our redstone link, that should now move upwards. Although I think these two are too close to each other. They're accidentally powering each other, so let me fix that. There we go. Let me just switch this also to place only when anchor destroyed. And now it kind of looks like a piston moving up and down. And there's a little safety wall around it as well. Now I just need to repeat that across all the other spots as well. And there we go. There is all the pistons and flywheel in. And I like how that makes this room so much more interesting. But now let's actually make our power station, shall we? Okay, so first things first, we need to get our hose pulley back in. And we'll need to have that go all the way down to the bottom again. And then we need to actually get our tanks in. So I'm just going to add a tiny bit of support here real quick. And I want the ability to be able to still walk underneath these. So I think we're going to have to start our tank here. And actually, this is going to be a little bit too tall for the roof part. So, whoops, have to maybe redesign these girders. Although I guess that kind of acts like a form of support. I'd like to actually throw these engines on. I'm going to need about 9 of them because I think that's about the maximum it can go, at least with the normal heating properties of an engine. Then, of course, we need to add our shafts to this so that they can connect all together. Also continue our metal girders up. And yeah, I think I'll have to redesign the girders up on the ceiling here. Kind of just change these to make it look like they're actually holding on to the tanks. And then I'm going to repeat that on all 4 corners. And luckily I've left enough room so that all the steam engines can actually fit in between them. Okay, there is all our engines in. And then I want to bring this lava pipe round here underneath these engines. And now this is not what you typically do in base create. However, I do have a mod, which I believe liquid fuel. And therefore what you can do with that is you can use fluid pipes with lava in them to fuel our blaze burners straight directly from lava rather than having to put lava into a bucket and then feed them in that way. There's all the pipes to underneath, and then I have realized that I haven't actually grabbed our blazes for the blaze burners, so let's go and do that real quick. And then we can just throw these directly underneath our boilers. Honestly, the nice thing about the liquid fuel stuff as well is that accessing the middle burner is a lot less tedious than it would be in the other method. Okay, now we do need a separate piping system for some water pumps. I think I'm just going to place these directly into the sides here on both sides. And I think 2 pumps each should be enough. Plus maybe 1 pump coming out of a water source. And if we just make sure that these are all hooked up, bring a pipe all the way down here. Make sure to also stick in another mechanical pump there. And then let's dig out a little bit of a water source here. Obviously, it doesn't have to be particularly large, but I do want it about 3 by 3 wide, just so it kind of matches with the measurements that we have over here. Also actually throw in a mechanical pump into our lava pipe as well, because I think I want the lava pipe and all the water pipes to be pumped by a different power source than the actual power station itself, just in case we lose power for whatever reason. So we can connect up some gears or cogs to there, one to there as well. And I think I'll dig down underneath and place some water wheels to connect up all these pumps together. You can throw in some gearboxes to make sure that these are all hooked up. And honestly, this change happened a very long time ago, but I remember when you had to turn the cogs in a certain way to make the pumps go the right way. I'm glad that they changed it so that you can just now right click on these things and it will go in whatever direction that you like. So yeah, let's bring this bit of shaft all the way down underneath. Make sure to use a bit of andesite casing here to prevent the water coming through. Throw down a gearbox there, and then also a speed controller. But actually what I will do is actually place the speed controller a little bit further down. That way I can use each side of it for all our water wheels, 4 on each side. And we can also grab some water from up here. And I'm hoping that 8 wheels should be enough. Now, one thing I didn't think about was the fact that I can't actually see the speed here. Let's get rid of one of the wheels for a second. I think we can up this to about 128. I don't know if it needs to be any quicker than that. But apparently at 128, it still might be overstressed anyway. Okay, there we go. I added 2 extra wheels on each side and reduced the speed down to 96, because I think that should be quick enough for the pumps. In fact, let's switch around this water pipe. We should start seeing water enter these boilers. The engines have started moving, but honestly, it still only says that we have barely any water, so maybe I need to actually speed this up even more. Okay, after some fiddling around, we've got this to pretty much be almost full of water. I think I will actually hook up these 2 systems just so that it can at least get it to full water power, and then if something does happen for whatever reason, I can disconnect the systems temporarily just to make sure that we can restart them. But let's also hook up our lava. And I did start it earlier as a test, but now we should have lava coming through. Should be getting to these blaze burners hopefully soon. You can definitely see the lava moving through. Actually, I'm suddenly realizing that I think this is not working is because the pump can't push that far. So let me adjust the system real quick. Okay, there we go. I had to adjust the pipes to kind of go in different directions because I think they were struggling a little bit at getting the lava far enough. But we now have all our blaze burners burning. Now we can start hooking up the actual engines to our system here as well. Throw in a couple of gearboxes. Now we have a super speedy system. We've gotten to pretty much the max heat that we can, at least with normal blaze burners. And I think now if I actually re-add these mechanical pumps that I took out temporarily, we're pretty much at full water. Now, I don't know if I actually need this much water. I must admit, I've only really ever touched steam engines only a few times in the grand scheme of things. I've always way over relied on water wheels and stuff. But each one of these engines seems to be making about 147,000 SU, which honestly should be plenty for my world for now. Yeah, there we go. I'm pretty happy about that. I think I'll have to figure out a way of getting the power outside of the building, probably maybe through some chain drives, or change conveyors rather, coming off of this gearbox maybe, and through the wall somehow. I have to figure that one out. Okay, actually, I think what I'm going to do is actually add some transformers to the side of this building, but I want to kind of add like some form of like stone platform around this power station first. So let me go and come up with a design for that. There we go. We just have a simple platform that goes all the way around, ready for me to also decorate and put stuff on top of it. But the main thing I want to do is, I think any power I make in here, I'm actually going to send underground, and then I'm going to bring it up on the sides over here with these transformer ideas that I have. So let's say it comes up around about here, and then we need to come up with a bit of a transformer idea. So I'm thinking some granite on the sides just to kind of match what we already have with our current building. Probably some deep slate as well. Perhaps use some of these floral iron bars in between. Then I think we can use these chutes to actually make this stick out a little bit on each side like that. We can even throw some deep slate stairs in between to kind of cap off that bit. Probably continue our stairs idea. Kind of just wrap around the middle here, because we are going to have a shaft coming up in between. And then we've got to use our flywheel like we have our massive one inside, with some stairs on top and stairs above just to kind of encapsulate that flywheel. And then we can keep bringing up our shaft here, wrap around with some more of this floral stuff. And I realized that because I have crate encased, I can make these industrial iron chain conveyors, which I think matches the vibe of what we want a little bit more. And yeah, I rather like that idea. I think if we have a few of these, maybe about 4 of them on this side, and we can hook them up all together with chains and send the power off into the distance on pylons or something, I think that would be quite cool. Honestly, for now, I think we are actually going to wrap up the video here. Thank you everyone for watching today as per usual. I super appreciate it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and I will see you all hopefully next week. Bye-bye for now. In this episode, we're going to be working on a brand new train station to start getting ready to have trains across my world, as well as making a small train track factory. Now, in our last episode, we obviously made our power station, and I finally got all our transformers up and running, as well as come up with this new pylon design. There was also an issue that popped up with these pistons, where for some reason, if I left the world and came back, they would turn invisible for some reason. So as you can kind of tell, when it gets to the bottom, it kind of places the piston and then turns it back into an entity, and that should hopefully fix my issues. At least it has so far. I also wanted to set up a way to refill my little small fueling tank, and I know that Crate Stuff and Additions did do an update that allowed you to use spouts to fill these up, but I think they had to remove it for some reason. So for now, I simply have a lava pipe going into the ground, and I just simply fill it up from this spot over here. Now, one kind of sort of issue, I guess you could say, with my current world is that I do have a lot of dead space in between my different buildings. And I think I kind of want to rectify that today by adding some roads and some landscaping, probably coming up past the iron factory, towards our power station and then towards our new location for our train station, which is entrance is probably going to be around about where I've placed this dirt pillar. And then I also want to place a little train track factory somewhere along that road too. But in order to build this road, I'm going to need a lot of deep slate because I think I'm going to be using a lot of deep slate variants for our road. So I think we should grab our drill over here and go down into the mines. There we go, we are back on the surface. I've converted some of the deep slate into some chipped variants. Maybe we could just come up with a quick design for the road. Now I am going to have to do some digging for the landscaping too, for where the road is actually going to be. But I think if we just get some of this stuff down, something as simple as that. And then I was thinking of maybe having these on the edges, just to kind of represent like the edge of the road where like maybe the gutters would be. And then for the curb, just throwing down a mixture of stone bricks and andesite. And then we need to essentially just repeat this all the way along, covering up some of these holes and then making a right turn somewhere where the center of the train station is going to be, then all the way along to the end. And then I have to figure out a way of connecting up all these buildings as well. So let's get to it. And there we go, we have a decent road in. I connected up our power station and our tree farm with some dirt and whatnot. I might have to make this transition between the road and the dirt road a little bit better. But yeah, that's just the general landscaping, and I think I do want to add obviously some lampposts, some trees, but that can be done over time. I also need to figure out how to actually end this road. I don't know if I'm gonna do like a roundabout or something, or maybe just like almost like a cul-de-sac kind of thing. Now, of course, at the end of this road is gonna be where our train station is going to be. But before we do that, I do want to build a much smaller building to help us start making some tracks that we're gonna need for not just the train station, but also wherever the train tracks are gonna be going to. Now, I did build the design in Creative, and I kind of just want to can it in. So we'll upload our schematic and then kind of decide where we want this to be. Now, it currently has leaves around it, but I think I want this to be potentially a bit closer to the sidewalk. Now, of course, the only problem with having stone slabs on the side that are elevated, it means that have this awkward kind of transition in between. Perhaps we can just raise this up by one block, and then I'll have to figure out exactly how I want it to transition a little bit. So let's step it back a bit, I think, from the actual street itself. And yeah, I think this corner would be quite nice. We can perhaps put a tree here as well, just to kind of make it look prettier. But let's throw that into our cannon, grab our clipboard, and we're going to need quite a few things here. Now, I think I am just going to ignore like the ferns and the oak leaves and stuff, but I can go and grab everything else. Luckily, I had already done some off-camera resource collection, and trust me, it took me a very long time, but hopefully that should at least be a significant amount of it. Okay, yeah, we're just missing a couple of small things, which I can go and quickly grab. Okay, there we go, we got all the things that I mostly need, and then we can just start blasting this into existence. And there we go, there is our new train track factory building, but it looks like everything placed in correctly. Looks like we got all our windows, our copper pipes in and whatnot. And of course, we're going to need to place in a floor and stuff. And then we can get a start on our train track machine. And there we go. I just added a very simple floor, added some lanterns on the inside, added this nice lovely tree, which I've also put some cave vines on it, and a little tiny path going around. We also came up with a very simple lantern design to work as the lampposts, and just threw in some glowstone also in the middle of the road, just to make sure that it's all nicely lit up to prevent zombie spawns, etc. Oh yeah, I also added a spore blossom, which you can kind of just see in there, just to kind of add the particle effect coming down, because we still don't have the version with the leaf particles that come down, so this is the way around that. It may possibly reduce how many of these lampposts are in, because honestly, there is quite a lot down here. Just trying to strike the balance between looks and lighting up the area. Okay, before we actually start with our train track machine, I think we need to bring some power over from our new power station. So if we just get some pylons in, those two going across, and then I think I'm going to stick another conveyor here to actually bring in the power into the building. Of course, got to make sure we actually chain up these conveyors across the road like that, and then we can probably just hang a pole from the top here. In fact, actually what I might do instead is break down this bit of wall and actually bring the power straight down. Perhaps we can leave this conveyor here for now, just for like aesthetic reasons. Bring our power down, use some vertical gearboxes like so. But actually, let's remove this one and let's throw up some encased chain drives. Although I'm realizing because of the scaffolding, I'm gonna have to drop it down one block, maybe even two, because the scaffolding looks a bit different. That way we can use our chain drives to kind of just bring this power along the wall. And then to actually make our track, we're going to need 2 deployers and a press, putting in some iron nuggets and some kind of stone slab. Perhaps we can place these gearboxes here with our press, 2 deployers, making sure they are facing the right way. In fact, actually, let's move this across a little bit so it's not just randomly in the middle here. And then I decided to reverse the order in which these are, because I think I'll probably just place an item vault here to add everything to. And of course, we're going to need a belt of sorts, and make sure we power that as well, preferably in the right direction. Place the barrel here so we can place in our stone slabs. I also threw some chutes up and an item vault above it. Unfortunately, this does mean that we have the weird scaffolding thing, so I might have to change the design of the floor up here. It'll be fine for now. So if we throw in a iron nugget into here, it goes into our deployer, and make sure that we can throw in a bunch into those. We can place our vault at the end here with a brass belt funnel and one on this side as well. And then if I go and grab some stone slabs, throw them into our barrel here, and now they're starting to make the track that we need and going straight into our item vault over here. Now I may have to increase the speed of this just to make some track quicker. And I've also placed a depot down with our brass belt funnel, and I changed this one to an andesite belt funnel because only one item at a time goes in. In fact, what I may do as well is actually set up a system to automatically turn stone blocks into half slabs, because that's one step less that I don't have to manually do. So if we get ourselves another belt in with a split in the middle, so we can place our saw down. We need to make sure that the recipe filter is on for that. And if you once again try and power all of these belts and stuff, right, actually, I just put in a gearbox up there to reverse the rotation of this, just so we don't have to use more gearboxes down here. But if we hook up this belt and this belt, and also this saw, but we're gonna have to need it go in the opposite direction. Okay, a bit of fiddling around later, and I believe this is what we need. We'll place our recipe filter on again. If we throw a single bit of stone, there we go, that does work. And then we can also throw an andesite funnel on the end there. Okay, then if we stick a barrel over here and place our andesite funnel down, we can now have our stone moving across our saw correctly and into this one. ready to be turned into train tracks. Now, I think at some point it would be nice to perhaps use our road out here to transport our stone and iron nuggets directly into this system, but for now we'll just have to manually add it. Now, the other setup I should probably squeeze into this building as well is the ability to make some train casings and sturdy sheets. Now we just need a spout and 2 presses for this. And perhaps we should put some crushers in here as well, just to make powdered obsidian a little bit easier. Let's make some new crushing wheels on our mechanical crafter. Probably place them on the wall over here, in between some gearboxes, with some chutes going in and out of them. And then of course a belt with a out. Actually, let me move this all over by 1 block. And of course, our 2 presses. And we can bring our power over from these encased chain drives. We also need to bring power to behind these crushing wheels. We'll probably use some more encased chain drives, but of course they are rotating the wrong way, so let's spin that around. And then actually we can use this gearbox to power the belt underneath. And luckily for us, that is rotating the right direction. Then of course we're going to need another barrel over here and an andesite funnel. Now I don't know if it's going to be able to press it first before going into the funnel. I'm going to have to give that a try. If not, I might have to adjust how this works. But I'm also going to have to figure out how I'm going to fill this spout with lava. And I may potentially try and bring the lava over from my power station. That will be quite the long pipe going in between the 2 of them, but I guess that will still be very useful to have. And now for the sake of testing, we'll throw in a pipe, an item drain, along with a hand crank. If I go and get a bucket of lava, then throw it into here, pump this in, so it's now full of lava, and then let's go and get some obsidian. One thing I've realized is that this does output both obsidian powder and obsidian, so I might have to figure out a way of transporting the obsidian back up to the top whenever we produce more. But let's throw 2 in here for now. And there we go, it actually made 2 sturdy sheets from that, and we got our 2 obsidian back too. At least it doesn't get destroyed in the process of moving through the belt, so maybe it doesn't really matter too much and I can just manually move it. But let's remove this stuff. Consider hooking up a pipe from our power station over here. I'm actually going to get rid of this pipe for now. I'm actually going to hook up this pipe over into where we want our lava to go. I think we're going to have to make use of quite a few pumps to get through this. Although I have opted to increase the pump distance for our lava, because otherwise we're going to need way too many pumps. But we can bring in some power from our transformer up here, and this should get us to most of the rest of the way. And hopefully this should be the last pump that we need to get lava up into our spout. Perfect. And of course some copper casing to cover up the bottom of the pipe. So now if we grab our obsidian again and throw it back into here, it should get pumped. Press and okay, perfect. It doesn't pull it into the storage too early, so we don't have to move this around too much. And let's use this andesite casing to cover up all the belts and make sure we actually plug this hole as well. And there we go. Those are really the main things that we need for our future train endeavors. Luckily, I can just use these sturdy sheets straight onto stripped logs just to make the train casings that I need. I think for my own safety, I am going to place some of these panels down along with some casing, just so that I don't accidentally get killed by the saw as easily. Perhaps we could also place them over here as well, just for the sake of decoration. And there we go, I added a couple of barrels around and a little shelf. There wasn't much room in here, so I opted not to add too much. Add a little placard on the outside with a little train track on it, just to kind of show you what this is. And then I kind of added this like almost like abandoned rail line to the side of it, which I think looks quite cool. And with our train track machine building out of the way, I think it's now time to consider making our train station. I do need to flatten quite a bit of land here to fit the building on, and I think I'm going to reuse my wand of symmetry again, just to make this a little bit quicker, and I believe that's the correct settings. So let's flatten out this area. There we go, there's that land flattened out. The only downside with the wand of symmetry is that it does leave some holes in some places when I run out of blocks in my inventory. But I did install a refill upgrade to refill from my backpack, which kind of helped that at least. But now I think it's time to actually start the building itself. Let's go. And there we go, there is the general gist of the frame of the building. We've obviously got the actual train station itself with our floor. I did change out the roof a little bit from the time lapse. So now this center bit is actually now also covered in glass, and added some fences and stuff around the top, just so it's not quite as flat. And our wand of symmetry here definitely sped up this process, but it certainly took a lot of materials, that's for sure. Now, obviously, a train station has to have some train platforms, which we'll need to do next back here. I probably need to flatten out some more land and get ready for our tracks and platforms. I'm gonna break some of these stairs and bring this out all the way to about this point, because I think this is how far I want the actual platform to come out to. Of course, with a bit of a trim for the actual platform itself. Then I think we can potentially use some industrial iron and some metal girders going up. Maybe a couple of chutes above this. Place some girders down in between for more support. And I think I want to have the same kind of windows that I do for the rest of the roof. So perhaps we can do one wide window, two wide window, and one wide window. Then we can still get in some light onto the platforms themselves. And then I like to have the roof going over the actual tracks themselves at about that angle, I think. Then again, for a little bit more structure, I think we're going to use some more of these girders, and that makes it look a little bit less floaty. And then we can use some copycat steps here on the actual platform edge, so that once we actually have our trains up and running, it should be easier to get on and off them. And I think for the actual platform texture itself, we can use a bunch of tuff. I haven't actually used that much yet, mainly because I usually find tuff kind of difficult to get a hold of, but I do have a bit of supply now. And yet something as simple as that. And our actual train tracks would go down here and all the way along. And I think I would want 3 tracks, although this is a little bit too close. I think about 2 blocks apart from each other works well. And yeah, I think I would have 3 tracks, 1 for each platform, and then a kind of passing lane in between the middle of them. And then I've just got to repeat this design on the other side. And there we go, there's the full span. I did end up increasing the block distance between the rails up to 3, because I felt like 2 is maybe a little bit too small. And hopefully this roof is high enough as well. I can possibly bring up the roof higher at some point if my trains are too tall, but to be fair, this is already a lot of height, so it's probably going to be fine. And then essentially we just need to repeat this design all the way along the platform length. Now for the roof here, I might actually change the design a little bit to match up with this kind of curve that we have on the building, and then continue that design on the other side. So let's experiment a little bit. Bring our wall across here, then perhaps make sure that we're in line with the other roof piece. Then we can use these as reference for where we want our glass. Perhaps we'll need to change the design of the wall here so it matches a little better. Okay, so that's this part of the roof mostly done. I think I'll need to add some girders just for structure, just so it doesn't look too floaty. And there we go. I think that's good enough in terms of structure. We don't need to overdo it. And now I just need to continue this side. And there is our platforms and roof done. I have added some lamps around to make sure things are lit, and all the tracks are in as well. I probably will want to switch out the grass with other textures at some point, but I think I like to move on to some more important things first. And I think the inside of the train station might be held off until next episode once I come up with some ideas for it. But I do want to make the front of our building look a bit more interesting. I'm thinking that I do want some kind of roundabout here, and if we have any vehicles, they can go around it, of course. And then also potentially maybe some water fountains and maybe some other features. So I think for this roundabout, we are going to need some deep slate pillars. We're going to need to make it pretty big, probably about 7 wide in that respect, but a little bit in the middle here. And then I need to actually fill this with dirt, but I don't currently have a silk touch on any of my tools. So I have made myself another diamond shovel. We're going to go to our villagers, and our villager bow has silk touch for extremely cheap still, only 1 emerald for silk touch. However, I would still like to give a chance to the enchanting table here just to see what we could potentially get. And funnily enough, it says silk touch, so let's see what else we get. Efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. That's actually perfect. We're not going to need our emerald and book after all. Sorry, bow. And then, of course, we're just going to fill this area with grass. And grab some bone meal and some azalea leaves, I think, to fill in the center. We can just place these down kind of haphazardly, with, of course, some bone meal to actually fill it in with some nice grass. And now for the center here, I want to use this thing called a straw statue, which is really simple to make. Just a bunch of sticks and a hay bale. And you'll see when I place this down, it kind of places down like a little version of like a Minecraft player. And then if we right click on them, we can change their scale to be way bigger, and we can give them a pose. And I want to use stargazing personally. And then the nice thing about this is that you can also place in like a player name, for example. So let's say we put in my Minecraft username. You can see my skin there, but I want to use someone else's name because they use a statue skin. And there we go. We've got like a kind of statue little roundabout thing that we can actually build around properly with a road. And then I think from a distance that actually makes the train station look really cool. But let's go grab some more deep slate and stuff just so we can get this nice and rounded. And there we go. There is our roundabout. With the roundabout done, I think I like to get in a bit of a stone courtyard in the front here. And then on top of that, I want to come up with a bit of a fountain design, probably a similar size to the roundabout that we already have. Base made out of deep slate, and I think the actual fountain itself will be made out of some andesite. Wrap some staircases around the bottom, leave some spots up here for the water to flow, and then a big old pillar with some bits cut out the top here. Then we can just plop our water on top. And that comes down rather nicely. And there we go, added some trim around it as well. It might be kind of nice if I could figure out a way of having some particle effects here, maybe a mod or something to kind of make this look more interesting. But let's repeat this on the other side. And there we go, there is our second waterfall in. And I did also install a particle mod, so you can kind of see a little bit of drips coming off the waterfall, although it's quite subtle, I must admit. Now, one other major thing I kind of want to do to the outside of the train station is to get this clock in working condition. I'm currently just using some copycat pipes at the moment, but it would be nice to actually use Create to make this clock actually work. For that, we're going to need a clockwork bearing, which we should have all the things for already. Let's quickly check how this works. So it looks like we can have an hour hand and a second hand. I'm sure we can figure this out. Let's remove our fluid pipes, go inside, take out one of our clock faces and shove in our clockwork bearing. We'll probably just power this with a very tiny little water wheel here. So I think we'll throw in some polished deep slate with some girders. Actually, no, we only want it to be, I think, one wide, because that's going to be our hour hand. And then we're going to need, I guess, one in front for our second hand. We just glue this bit together. And actually, let's break this bit of wall just so we have access to this. And okay, we can have the hour and the minute hand first. We'll have the hour hand first. And hopefully when I just right click this, time should set itself to whatever the time is now. So there we go. The game currently thinks it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, I think. Just realized that I've set up the second hand wrong. Let me fix that real quick. Make sure this is all glued together and then turn that back on. And there we go. There goes the second hand. Okay, there we go. There is our working clock. It does stick out probably a little bit because it obviously has to be over 2 blocks, but honestly from a distance I think that's totally fine. And I think to kind of finish this area off a little bit, I'm gonna fill in some of these holes, add some trees around, and then we can get our final view for the video today. There we go. Our area is looking a lot prettier. I've added some custom trees, obviously some grass and leaves around as well. And also, let me tell you, getting all the leaves for these trees was an absolute nightmare. And I think I'm going to have to potentially add to my tree farm at some point with some leaf farms. But yeah, overall, I'm very pleased with how this has turned out so far. Like I said, next episode, I would like to actually get the train station interior done and perhaps add some more features for the outside as well. I'm also loving how our map is looking. Our road has definitely made this area seem a little bit more connected together. We've obviously got our big tree farm over here as well, our power station, our train station, and our humble beginnings over here. So thank you everyone for watching today. I appreciate the support and I hope to see you next week. Bye-bye for now. In this episode, we're going to be working on a big tunnel bore train, finishing the interior of our train station, and taking our train track to new areas. Obviously, last episode, we worked on our brand new train station, and we got the beginnings of our rails in, ready to take us to new areas across our world. One thing I need to actually do, though, is actually make the train stations themselves. The ones from Create specifically, I mean. And luckily, those only just need some train casings and a compass, and luckily, we can just use some sturdy sheets on some brass casing. And our railway factory over here actually is the thing that we needed to make us some sturdy sheets. So we should still have some in here. Yep, there we go. Let's grab those. Grab some brass, convert these logs into brass, and then we can use these sturdy sheets to make train casings. And there we go, the locomotion age. Now I also need to make some compasses, which luckily we already have the materials for, and we can just pull those straight out of our storage from Edison over here. And there's our 4 train stations. Forgot that you actually get 2 train stations per craft, but that's fine. I'm sure we're gonna need plenty of train stations in the future. For my trains, I think they're gonna be left-hand side running. So if we just place a station, let's say here for now. And honestly, just for ease of access, I think I'll probably just place it next to this over here. That way we can change the name of it. And then we need to do the same thing on the other side. And there we go. There's our 2 proper train stations. We can name this real quick as well. Haven't really decided the name of this area yet, so I guess I'm just going to call it Life or Village Platform B. Oh no, there's not enough room for that. Plat B. There we go. And then I can also do it for this one over here as well. And there we go. Life or Village Platform A. There's our 2 platforms in for now. And I am probably going to have to create some sidings or something at some point over here, but that's for a future project. Now that we've got our physical train stations in, I think now might be time to actually place in some departure boards, or arrival boards, whatever you want to call them. And I think I'm going to have one of each on each side of this train station. We build some girders along here. Add supports for them, and then build our massive display board. There is something like that, and actually what I'm going to need to do is remove this metal girder because I'm going to need to be able to power this display board so that it can update as trains come through. I think for now I'm probably just going to use some cogs here and just take these all the way up to the ceiling and up through the roof. And I'll have to consider how to bring power over from our power station over here. I'm sure I'll come up with something. Okay, there we go. I brought some power lines over the top here. I may have to come up with a bit more prettier solution, but this will do for now. Now, if we get a clipboard here and, for example, type in some text, train arrivals in this case, I can then right-click on these boards. You can see how it now placed it on the line. Now, I do want this centered, and I'm not sure if there's any other way of doing this, so I am just going to add a bunch of spaces beforehand. Okay, there we go. That's pretty much centered. And added a dashed line below just to separate it from the actual train arrivals themselves. And then what I can do is I can right-click on the train arrivals here, place it on our train station, and we'll place this on line 3. And then whenever there is a train about to arrive, it should appear on this line. Of course, we don't actually have any trains right now. Then I can also set up the other train station, which is actually too far. I didn't realize these even had a distance that they could be. I went to my settings and made it so I could go for a larger distance, but we can make sure this is on line 4. Then that will also appear on our display board on the line below it. Now, what we can do real quick is grab ourselves another sturdy sheet so then we can make another train casing, and we can go into our train station and create a new train, throw down our train casing to get a bogie, and if I make some train controls, place those on top with a little seat, and if I make sure that this is all glued together, and we'll go grab a cow and just place them in the seat. I need to quickly make a train schedule, and then let me hook up this track so that it does a quick loop around. And then we can use our train schedule to go from platform B to platform A. And then if I give this schedule to our cow over here, once I actually assemble the train, and also give it a quick name, cow train. If I give our schedule over to our cow, it should now move in between the different platforms. And it goes all the way over to that platform over there. And you can see on our board over here that the cow train is now arriving at platform B, or coming from platform B actually is what that actually means. And in 30 seconds, it's going to arrive at platform B from platform A. And that's generally how this kind of board works. While we watch our cow go flying around the train tracks like it's totally normal, I want to get a start on this train station interior. And I think for this interior, my main thing I want to do first potentially is actually add some stairs in the middle here to bring us up here, have a bridge going all the way across over to the platform on this side. I then want to have some kind of waiting / seating areas on each side with a kind of ticket booth and ticket machines in front of the stairs, and then probably like a store / shop and a restaurant on each side of the building where the roof is a little bit lower. For the ideas that I have, it's gonna require a lot of resources, and one of the main resources I need is diorite, because we're gonna have a bit more white inside the station compared to the outside. And those of you may remember that diorite actually comes from kind of more cold biomes with Terralith, and there is one massive one over here, and I have marked out some caves as I did visit them before, but I didn't actually show it in the videos. So I think we should head over here now. And honestly, one of the main reasonings that I actually want to show you guys this is the biome that is over there is incredibly pretty. Although I'm just realizing that I forgot to bring my drill with me. Yoink! Here we go, here's the start of the biome. Honestly, love how these look. This one's looking particularly floaty, but we certainly have plenty of ice over here, or packed ice rather. No need to worry about that. But this is what I love about Terralith. These kind of wildly different biomes. Okay, I believe the entrance to the caves was over here. Yeah, here we go. Here's some diorite, and I think I just mined straight down, more or less. This is where I mined before. Let's grab some more, shall we? And there we go, that should hopefully be plenty for now. Now that we've got ourselves some diorite, I want to make a start on our stairs. And I do mostly want to make use of diorite here, just so that it contrasts a little bit more with our current kind of brown, black, and grey aesthetic. I think also make use of chutes to kind of add a little bit of structure and a kind of nice 45-degree angle. And we can bring down some girders from that. And I think I still want to bring in some of the red from the mangrove. So we can use some of these bridge stairs all the way up to the top like that. That's the kind of initial arch of the stairs done. We can throw some deep slate wall up here just to act as a bit of a barrier. And some metal girders over here too for structure. I think I need to break through this window here. This is where our path is going to be over our tracks. Then we just need to meet up that opening with the stairs over here. And we can use our chutes again to add a bit of structure. And there are our stairs that lead up to here, which we're now gonna probably use some andesite scaffolding, pretty much bridge all the way across. And we'll have to remove some of these girders so that they fit. We'll also change the girders a bit just so that kind of looks like it's supporting it more. And then we can use more of our polished deep slate wall to go all the way across. And then I just need to repeat this stairs design on the other platform over here. There we go, there's our full set of stairs on both sides. Now I think in front of these stairs, I do want some kind of ticket booth. Can use some diorite for that again. Perhaps a few girders with some viridium on top. And perhaps a pillar in the actual middle part where I think I'm gonna have some villagers sitting there to act kind of like the clerks. Then actually, I think I want to place a lantern in the middle here just to help lighten this area up a bit, along with some tablecloths here. And then maybe a stop tick here, because this kind of looks like a ticket dispenser. And then also throw up some placards here. Then just continue the structure on a little bit. I think I'm going to use some girders coming off of the stairs, along with some walls to sit on top of the viridium. Yeah, something like that. I'm liking how that's looking. Then I actually want to change the path out here a little bit to kind of focus the center towards the ticket desk. So, and I think reusing these viridium blocks along with some of these tough bricks, and also maybe throw in some viridium here just to kind of differentiate between the inside and the outside. Now, I do think I want to potentially take up quite a lot of this floor actually, and have a path kind of wrapping up here and up towards the stairs. Once again, I think using some of our diorite bricks and a little bit of these like checkered andesite tiles. And there we go, I've wrapped the path around to the stairs and also to the entrance to the platforms over here. Then I think over here underneath the train arrivals screen, probably just want to place a bunch of seating down. I think I want to use some crimsite for this, once again to kind of tie in the red from the wood, as well as these oak dining benches from handcrafted rather, as well as throw some of these azalea leaves down, just so these kind of look like plant boxes. And then once again, place some of this andesite brick underneath. And I've deliberately left these open, as in these arches, because I want these to also be kind of like smaller entrances that you can enter the station with as well. And then I threw in some more smooth glowstone and some andesite bricks just to kind of give this area a little bit of a trim. The nice thing about these benches is that you can actually sit down on them. And perhaps I should use some straw statues to place on these benches, if that's possible. And I repeated that design on this side of the room as well. And in fact, actually, I should probably place up the arrival screen on this side as well. And I'll have to hook that up to power at some point. Okay, now I think this side of the building is where our restaurant is actually going to be. And I want to mostly use dripstone, I think, for the front of the building. And I think I'll bring out this wall a little bit further at the top, so it looks a little bit less flat. And luckily, because these walls have a little bit of depth, we can actually switch these out to our dripstone equivalents. And for the bottom layer, I think I'm actually going to use some of these azalea leaves actually, and then use a mix of these cherry window panels, perhaps a slightly different toned window panel in between. And I think we're gonna grab some of these tablecloths, place them above the windows so that they almost look like a form of canopy. And then I guess use some of these dark oak stockades just to break the monotony of the dripstone a little bit. And then on the inside, I think I'm going to take down some of these stairs because I want to make these into some proper windows in the same kind of stylings that I have here. And with all the deep slate removed, we can now throw down some chairs and tables. And can't forget our tablecloths and also these little cushions to go on the chairs as well. Then I think alongside these tables, I do want some kind of kitchen set up, along with maybe like a bar. And I think something as simple as that design, but also with some kitchen hoods above and some jungle cupboards along top there. And then we can just cut that off with some more dripstone, bit like that. And then we're going to use some more of these counters, I think, to surround the kitchen. And then place some slabs on top. And then use these side tables to kind of act like stool. That way it looks more like a bar. Then I think I am going to fiddle around with the roof design a little bit. So I want something like that above the bar, with some lanterns in between. Then I would also like to actually hang some other lanterns from here as well, just so it's all nice and bright above the bar. So some designs above the dining tables as well. Now for these tables, these aren't going to actually be centered, so we're just going to have to deal with it. But if I do it on each end, I think that's good enough, although I just realized I didn't make this low enough. And I think we do with adding a few of these plant pots around and some azalea leaves once again. And then sort out our floor so that it's not quite as grey and boring. And there we go, there's our floor in. I used some of the checkered smooth stone tiles for the edges, Viridium for underneath the bar, changed up the glass roof a little bit. And yeah, I quite like how this restaurant turned out. Now on the other side, I would like to do some kind of shop, and I'm thinking of doing like some form of plant shop maybe. I'll have to kind of figure it out as I go along. I think I'm going to do something similar to what I did on the other side, just to keep it relatively consistent. But I am going to use different colors. Of course, we're going to be using some diorite again, so we can have our diorite walls, but then also some mangrove window panes, and have it a 2-wide window instead. And I think I'd like to actually add some additional benches outside of this place with some more flower pots for our azalea leaves and some dark oak fences as well, just like the other side. As for the internal windows, I think I'm going to do it slightly differently and use some acacia windows on the sides with our dripstone wall in the middle. Then I pretty much want to wholesale remove this back wall and change it up a bit, which is pretty similar to the front windows, but slightly different. Then I think I essentially just want to use a bunch of spruce logs up towards the ceiling so we can make plant beds, and also squeeze in some terracotta at the top here. I can throw some dirt down along with some spruce trapdoors just to cover it all up. And then I'm going to actually add some water here and cover it up with a spruce slab. And then I'm literally just going to throw in some wheat seeds here, which may be kind of a weird concept, but I kind of like how the 3D models look for these plants. So, and then for the rest, we're going to place some of these mossy ladders up and then throw in some more of our azalea leaves. And I think I like to repeat that same kind of design, but a little bit smaller as a separate shelf. And then I think in the ground, I want to kind of replace it with a bunch of moss and these like stone mini tiles. And I've used the mossy variant as well to kind of have a better transition between all the different types. And actually, let's also throw in some of our bulbed glowstone as well, just to keep this area lit. And I feel like it kind of matches the vibe. And now we just need to match that on the other side. Then I want to do a kind of checkout counter and use some of these parapets to cover up the top so we can throw some leaves over it. Then I want to add a stock ticker again for like receipts, a little plant pot with a blue orchid, some terracotta pots, and I'm going to use another straw statue here. And I looked up some different skins online and I found this one, which I think is very appropriate for like a little plant-based shop. And I think I still want to place some of these flower boxes on the wall. And we can add things like lilacs, rose bushes, vines. And I'd like to do that in these little small areas as well. And there we go. I think that's more or less what I wanted for this little shop. Now I just need to fix the roof a little bit. And there we go. There is our much better looking roof that aligns with the paths a bit better. And before we move on to making our drill and setting up our track ready to take us to future areas, I would like to get in some ticket machines here, I think, as well as sort out the ground over here and add our villagers to kind of act as our ticket clerks. I'm going to keep these ticket machines relatively simple by using one of these redstone lamps from Chipped, which kind of looks like a screen. Throw up some copycat panels on the side with some more polished deep slate, a little half slab on top, a mangrove button, placard, and then also an empty schematic because I kind of like the way that these look for tickets. And then I just need to repeat that another 7 times. There's our deep slate brick in, and of course our ticket machines all installed. And now I just need to go steal some villagers from a local village and also get some seeds for them as well. And there we go. There is our 3 little clerics, Tommy, Cody, and Emerson. And I've honestly just given them kind of random jobs just so they have all different little outfits on. Yes, I rather enjoyed making all this interior for the train station. I thinking it's looking quite good. I still need to hook up this screen up here, and perhaps for a future idea, I may even get a train to bring food in from other places and like quote unquote sell it from here so I can then eat it. So that might be a fun way of actually using that restaurant as well. Okay, so I think my next task is to figure out where I actually want these tracks to go. And I have kind of scouted ahead, and I'm thinking we're going to bring our track down here, across the river, follow along the river and this kind of mountainside, cross the river here, go through the land here, and then we're going to have our first tunnel through here, turn to the right, and then we're going to probably have a junction here, one to go up straight north, where we'll have another tunnel going through this mountain here, because this is where I want a future build area to be. And then we're going to have a path going to the left here and over this way as well, because I want to build eventually my sand mine all the way up here. But the main focus, I think, at the moment is to get our train line all the way to this point. And then we can start building our big tunnel bore train. So luckily, I've been continuously pretty much making train tracks this entire time. So we're up to about 2,600 now. So if I just grab a bunch of these, and actually let's stop our cow for now, because otherwise they might mess with the track a little bit. Yeah, luckily with these curved rails, we can actually kind of build them a little bit underneath, but I am going to have to need to clear out some land through here. Now, while these tracks won't be like super realistic by any means, I do want them to at least curve nicely and not go down and up too steeply. And one thing I've done is actually increase the distance that I can place track down for, just so we can get these nice slopes and curves. We are going to have to do quite a lot of landscaping on this route, which we certainly won't be doing that much today because it is way too time consuming and I got to get this video out. One problem I'm going to have to solve as well is the fact that I actually need 2 railway tracks across here, so I might have to either go into the mountain a little bit or build more onto the river. We'll have to see as we go along. Okay, there we go. I got my track up to the point where I want to place our tunnel, and it certainly has been a long journey. I may have to smoothen up some of these curves and whatnot, and there's definitely some areas where I need to do perhaps the tiniest bit of landscaping, just like only a little bit though, just a tiny amount. Honestly, once we get our board drill going along, I think we can just probably come through here and help that landscape for us. Speaking of the boar train, I think it's time that we actually start making it. I think what I'm going to do is bring up some temporary track from here. This bit of line won't be a permanent feature, but I think it will do for now until I've sorted out like a proper goods yard, I think. Okay, so for this bore train, the first thing I need to do is actually add the drills themselves, and it's going to be pretty darn big. And luckily, when we made that drill to get our infinite lava source, we managed to make a bunch of drills for that, so luckily I can pretty much reuse a bunch of those. And I think that's a good size. And because I actually do want this to look like a proper real-life bore drill, I think I want to use some of this concrete to kind of act as the shielding at the front, and then use some mechanical grindstones from Enchantment Industry to look like they're the things actually scraping at the rock. Essentially, so it looks like that with all these grindstones in different rotations, so that it would kind of make sense if it was actually spinning around, which it won't actually do, by the way. That's not possible with normal create. And then behind the actual drills, I just want to continue with the actual shield itself. And yeah, I think that kind of depth will do. And then we're gonna need a ton of this industrial iron here. Also make use of our girders. And I think we're going to actually run some belts along the interior here, because the belts will kind of look like they're actually taking stone in from the front to the back, even if they don't actually do that. And then I think I want to use some of these girders to go all the way along to the other side here, where we're going to have second arch of sort, and we can bring up some girders from the sides here to meet with the girders on top, and we can add some of these iron fences on the outside, totally for safety reasons. Also, I don't know if this has to be said, but I'm not an engineer. I do not know how these bore drills work in real life, so I'm kind of just making this up as I go along, so it's gonna be wrong. Okay, it's gonna be wrong. Then I think I'm going to add another section back here, and essentially this bit is pretty much just going to hold a big old vault that's going to store all our stone and stuff, and we can even use some andesite funnels on the front there. And I think because this does all look a bit grey at the moment, I'm going to throw in some fluid tanks and the likes, but without their windows turned on, and have it all connected up like so. A bit like that. And then I do also want to use these shafts out here with some of these metal brackets just to keep it attached. And then just because this vehicle is getting a bit on the long side, I think I'll add a little bit of a gap here so we can have a second carriage, so to speak. And I think back here is going to be a relatively similar design in terms of the actual shape of it. But I think back here is going to be more of a place where people would actually be inside the machine as it's moving along. And maybe, I don't know if like this would be filled with tech or something, but in my case, I think I am just going to fill it with normal chests, just so it's a little bit easier for me to add stuff for the train to place onto the ground as it's going along, rather than having to deal with the vault. Although I guess I do have these item hatches. But actually that does remind me, I need to put in some mechanical rollers at the front here as well. And although these are kind of hidden underneath everything, mechanical rollers essentially replace whatever block is underneath them with whatever block you place into this slot, for example. And if they're all in a line like this, then they'll try to place the same block throughout. And that's the general gist of what I want for the back part. So I may also throw in almost like a little balcony back here so that you can come out the back while it's moving along. And then I think at the front of my train here, we're going to place some train controls with some contraption controls on each side and a seat for me. I've left access to our mechanical rollers at the bottom there for easier access. And then I actually need to grab one of these each, place them into our contraption controls, because these are going to be able to make me be able to turn off both the drills and the rollers whenever I need them to be turned off or on. And now I need to actually make this into a train. And I'm going to need to place in a train station, and we can just place that here and just put that out here for now. we can create a new train, and then with our train casings, place down where we want our bogies to be. And I don't know how far away I should make these ones. I think maybe this could be a little bit closer. In theory, this should make these two separate carriages. And then we're going to need to get our glue and be a little bit careful how we actually glue this all together. Because obviously we need the entire carriage to be all glued together as one unit. Unfortunately, this selection is a little bit too big. Perhaps we can use just the front bit here. And that's all that glued together. And then we also need to make sure we actually glue this bottom bit up as well without actually gluing in the center part. Because I don't want to be accidentally gluing the track that's going to be in the center of it together. That seems to be all correct so far for the first carriage. For those wondering, I am just using some blocks on the outside here just to make it a little bit easier for me to actually glue together all the bits necessary for this carriage in one fell swoop, like so. And of course, we can't forget our little balcony at the front here as well. Now I think I'll glue these specific blocks that connect the two of them up to this carriage. I don't know how easy it's going to be to move in between these carriages, but at least the option's there. And now the next test is to actually assemble the train itself. And for the moment of truth, hit assemble. And that does seem to have worked for the most part. But the real test is to actually get into the train itself and start moving it. If we move it slightly forward, I can see that I have missed at least one block. We'll go even further backwards. Okay, yeah, we missed a few blocks at the front, but the back doesn't look too bad so far. Yeah, now it seems to be all in good working order. I haven't noticed any blocks out of place, so let's move this along a little bit, shall we? Okay, yes, we do indeed seem to have an entire train over here. That is good. And if we get out real quick, we can see our full train in its full glory, even if it does look a little bit weird probably on this floaty bit of rail here. And it did actually dig out some dirt while I was going along, so that also works. And that makes the train look a little bit better. I did have entity shadows turned off in my shader settings, so that made it look a little bit full bright, but I don't know if I'll keep that setting on, as I think it's quite taxing. In fact, actually, let's head towards our soon-to-be tunnel to get ready to both build the tunnel and also help clear out some of the track in between here and there. Now, I will say that the train is not a perfect system. It definitely misses out some blocks every now and then, and anything kind of at rail height is probably going to have to be manually done by me. But honestly, I mostly made this board just to dig more straight tunnels through mountains, so this is not that big of a deal. I will just have to simply do a little bit of manual landscaping as well. Okay, so for the tunnel itself, I've dug through a very small hole all the way through to the other side and placed a track down. So once we actually get back into our train and start moving through, we can actually make our proper first tunnel. There we go, we've made it to the other side. Now if we just reverse back through here, and now we can see our almost done tunnel. Now one thing I've actually noticed is a lot of these blocks at the bottom have not been removed, and I noticed when I actually look at my train itself, the saws at the bottom here have actually been removed, and I think it might have been to do with the rollers. So I might have to go back and change the design a little bit and replace those drills in. I have no idea where they went because I don't think I left them behind. I guess they were just eaten for some reason, but at least the general gist is there. I'm going to quickly place some torches in here in hopes of preventing any mob spawns, although I have no idea how well this is going to actually work. And I'm probably going to have to go through all this track as well and clean up and light it up. For now, let's head back and fix our issue. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm noticing that over here that I guess I didn't glue these saws at one point, but the actual saws disappeared entirely though, so really sure what happened there, but we can fix that. And now it's assembled, I can see all the drills as well, so very strange bug. Hey, I sent my drill back through the path, and honestly, it's looking so much better now, including the tunnel itself, where the ground is now all cleared out properly like I wanted it to be. And now we need to kind of make the final stretch of where I want to take the trek today, which is across the river, down here, and then through another tunnel over to this area over here. Okay, we've got our train line down to this mountain, and I've dug a hole all the way through, and now it's time to actually, once again, get our drill to go through for our longest tunnel yet. And there we go, there is our second tunnel done through this mountain. I'm once again going to have to light up this tunnel, and I still want to decorate both of the tunnel walls because plain stone walls aren't so pretty. But I think that's all I have time for this week. I'm going to have to work on the tunnels and the rest of the track in the next video and also in between the videos. So I hope everyone enjoyed the video today, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye bye for now. In this episode, we'll be building a combine harvester in our new farm area, working on a railway line more, and decorating our tunnels through mountains. So yes, we have made our way over to our new farm area. Have this nice large plains area which I want to build all the different kinds of farm things that I need. I think I'll be mostly focusing on obviously Minecraft crops and crops from Farmer's Delight. And as you can see with Farmer's Delight, there are plenty of different options for different meals and foods and stuff. And I'd like to farm some of these crops just so we can pretty much make whatever kinds of foods that we like. And of course, we're going to do that with Create. I'm going to build a combine harvester using some of Create's mechanical harvesters and make it kind of fancy and pretty, and also use some mechanical arms to place some food into cooking pots so that we can use the Farmer's Delight stoves and whatnot to actually make the meals that we want. We also have a village over here, which is just a typical vanilla one with its weird quirks of the grass being in the wrong places. However, I plan to kind of overtake this village and rebuild it anew with my own building designs. That kind of makes sense to be near a farm. And I think I would like to build some shops and maybe some restaurants as well to actually take in the produce from our farms and actually make them into the meals that we want. And then take those meals from those villages, put them back on the train line over here, and send them all the way back to our home base for us to actually consume, and potentially also make another village over here as well. Because although I am playing by myself, I like the idea of making little villages that kind of act like real life ones, really. And my other plans are, of course, to fix up these tunnels so they're a little bit less plain and boring with stone. I also need to start doubling up this track. I think I'll keep the tunnel through to the farm area to a single track, as there's not going to be too many trains moving through there. Have maybe a bit of an overhang over here, so I'm going to have a second track moving through. So I do eventually want to have a track coming off the left here and go all the way up to the north for our sand mine that I do eventually want to do. And so we're going to have multiple trains coming through here, so we don't want them getting all stuck with each other. And I also think I'm going to keep this track that goes past the river and this mountain to a single track as well, at least until this point where it widens up again, because I don't want to ruin the aesthetic of that area, and make sure that trains only use this track one at a time. And as for the main station itself, I would like to flatten out the ground around here and bring the railway around and back down to the line over here to connect it up into a nice proper loop, as well as have a kind of goods yard in between the two tracks for all our freight trains and stuff to come through. Okay, so I think what I'm actually going to do is grab some more of our track over here and figure out exactly how big I want this train loop to be so that I can figure out how much of big of an area I need to flatten. So it will essentially be something along these lines. I've made a massive curve coming out of the train station and then brought the track down to meet up with the other one. And in order to speed things up a little bit, I think I'm going to create a temporary train over here, where I'm essentially just going to use deployers and just build an absolute ton of them. And I was able to make 64 of them, and trust me, it did cost a lot of bronze. And essentially what I'm going to do is add a bunch of chests on this, as well as some controls and a seat. and grab our glue and just start sticking absolutely everything together. And then I'm just going to throw in a bunch of grass blocks and dirt blocks into these chests. Luckily we have quite a bit of it, but I don't know if it's actually going to be enough for what we need. Okay, I've managed to get out all the dirt that we have in my current storage, which I'm not sure it's going to be enough. But before this, I think I do actually need to move these deployers down because I think this might be one block too high at the moment. Okay, there we go. That should all be glued again. And I don't think I need to add filters to these. I think they should just pull directly from the chest. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. But I guess let's assemble this and give it a shot. Okay, wow, that actually placed that down pretty quickly. I think I went a little bit too quick with my machine. We did trap some cows and stuff around here, and the sheep as well. But we definitely need a lot more dirt. That's become pretty apparent. So let me go do that. After collecting quite a bit of dirt, including from our new farm area, I managed to finally complete flattening the area in between the rail loop and the train station. I did, however, still run out of dirt for the last final bit, but we can collect some more and finish off the landscaping as we go. I also need to get some tuff so that my big old drill here can place it down underneath the tracks as we go along. So after a bit of caving and making use of our world map, I was able to see that we have some tough caves under this mountain. So I grabbed my mining machine and started drilling at all the tuff, which ended up being a lot more sparse in these caves than I thought they were. And then I was attacked by a bunch of silverfish, which I guess is just a thing in this biome. And once I felt like I grabbed enough tuff, I started doubling up the tracks in the places I wanted them. And then after placing it in the tuff into the pavers on my board drill train, I set off once again to start placing the tuff underneath the track and dig out the areas around the second track. Including expanding my first tunnel. There we go, we've gotten all our tuff in, and I started to put tuff underneath the second rail as well, but unfortunately I did kind of run out of tuff well before I could finish the second track. But we're definitely on our way for this railway to look much nicer. I'll have to clear up some things like this and figure out any kinds of bridges over water like over here, as well as sort out some of these floaty parts over here, maybe give it a retaining wall or something of the sorts. But I think for now, I do want to get some kind of tunnel design going for both this tunnel and my now much larger tunnel. And I think I'm going to start a little bit on the inside just so we have it fully encased. And I think I'm actually going to strip away at the wall and replace the blocks there rather than building on top of the walls, just to make sure this tunnel is big enough for the trains coming through. And I'm using this chipped variant called Massive Deep Slate Bricks, which kind of makes it like one huge block that takes up 2 blocks. And I'm just going to pretty much essentially do this design all the way around the sides of the tunnel. So then we're going to have that around the entire outside, but I don't want it to look too bland, so I'm going to add some spruce logs, including some ones actually embedded into the wall itself, including on the ceiling as well, I think. And I've added in some glowstone lanterns as well, just to make sure this tunnel stays nice and bright. Though I do think I want to add some trap doors around, just to add a little bit more texture. And I honestly do like the idea of still being able to have like a path along the sides here, so you don't have to walk onto the track. So we could throw up some girders along here, then use some of these iron bridges that I have made to kind of act as like a bit of a catwalk along the side, and I can repeat that on the side as well. And I think that's like the kind of general gist that I want from this. There's still plenty of space for trains to pass through, but we can also move along down the side of the tunnel as well. Now, obviously, I have just made one section of this tunnel, and I would actually like to use a mod that I've installed that allows me to do pattern schematics. And I believe the way this works is that if I grab my schematic and quill to make sure that we include everything that I have built, and if we save this as, let's say, tunnel design, and then if I grab an empty pattern schematic, which is simply made with some pink dye, iron sheets, and paper, I can then upload this to the pattern schematic and place it down here, which as you can see is kind of the same as this, but continued. But then if we switch these settings, we could then go to clone. And I believe if I hold Control and scroll, and then if we clone this all the way down to near the other end of the tunnel, probably round about that far, and sorry that it looks a little bit wonky, but I believe we can then throw this into our cannon over here. We'll grab a clipboard and throw it in, and it should give us all the materials that we need to make this entire tunnel, which is actually quite a lot. Now luckily we can ignore like the coal ore, the copper ore, and the stone, because that's just going to be where the edges of the tunnel are. We are going to have to get quite a lot of materials, more than I actually originally envisioned. But lucky for you, you don't have to watch that, so I'll be back in a bit. A bit of time later, and I have done a bunch more mining for deep slate, and I'm very glad that I actually have an iron farm, because all these metal girders and iron bridges were definitely on the expensive side. And of course, I needed so much deep slate, but luckily I already had a decent amount of it. I just had to go and get a little bit more with my mining machine. Okay, then let me just double check that we've got everything that we need with the checklist. We don't need any of the coal ore, copper ore, stone, or train tracks, but we have everything else. So let's get to building, shall we? There we go, there is the main part of our tunnel done. I do need to fix some of these issues with these bridges so that we can walk all the way down. And now actually that these lanterns are placed, I can probably remove these torches as well, because there should be enough light in here now. Yeah, the only thing I have to do left now is cap off these tunnels on both sides. I was also thinking about using the cannon to do the other tunnel that we have as well. But honestly, considering how long this one took, I think we might have to leave that for in between episodes. And I've still got to get more tough as well. I think I'm definitely going to have to potentially make some new factories to kind of streamline this process a little bit. It would be nice to make some tough and other materials that are a little bit harder to get a hold of without me having to go mining for them. Okay, so it's actually been a minute since I made that last clip, and I've come to a realization that I felt like when the cannon was placing in this tunnel that it seemed like surprisingly slow. And I also felt like the materials that I needed were also surprisingly high. And it appears that I might have made a mistake with the pattern schematic. I think I accidentally moved the pattern over twice. So I think I just might have 3 tunnels next to each other now, all hidden away underneath the mountains. In fact, let's dig through this wall real quick and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. But oh well, I guess if I ever decide to double up the tunnel down here, I can just open up the tunnel to the left-hand side here, I guess. Although I'm gonna have to dig it up, but I don't know. That's a very funny mistake, and I feel a little bit silly, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, now for this farm area, I did flatten some of the land previously when I was grabbing some dirt for around the train station, but we definitely need to flatten this area more, cover up some of the holes, and just generally prepare it ready for our wheat fields and stuff. Now I would bring in my new little train that I made to place a bunch of dirt, but I think this track is a little bit too far away from the rest, and I don't fancy placing down temporary tracks, so I think I'm just going to grab some dirt and manually fill in these holes. And there we go, that's enough clearing for now. I don't want to flatten the area too much, because even though farm fields are pretty flat, the area around them usually isn't. But the other thing I need to do is that if we are going to have this combine harvester, I am going to need to place some tractors track down. And this will be underneath the ground, but just as a test to begin with, I need to place some track down on top to kind of figure out exactly where the track and the field should be, pretty much just by using the smallest curve that I can. Now, I do wish we had the Steam and Rails add-on because they have smaller tracks that can do tighter curves, but it is not currently out for 1.21.1 yet, so we'll just have to make do. But I think I want this still to be pretty long because we are going to have a few different crops on here, and the combine harvester is going to have to be wide enough to also make sure it grabs all the crops in between, because this is 13 blocks long, so I think we're going to need it to at least be 7 or 8 wide in each direction. And you know, I think I was going to originally make this a kind of long rectangle, but maybe we can make this field design a little bit more interesting and have it kind of like an L shape. Though I think the only problem with that idea is I'm not sure if the plants in the center here would get harvested properly, but it doesn't need to be a perfect solution, just enough that it looks kind of cool. Okay, so I think the harvester is going to be about this wide to make sure that it grabs all the crops. So we're going to need to make sure there's enough space on the sides, because I do want some roads, or at least dirt roads, running alongside the farms. Also, I have no idea why there is ice here. We are in the Highlands, but seems like an odd place for them to be. Okay, so I've got a fence in where the edge of the farmland's going to be and where the harvester is pretty much going to reach the edge of. And now I just need to come up with some design for the roads. And yeah, I think something along those lines works quite well. Use a mix of sanded and trodden dirt and some coarse dirt and a little bit of dirty gravel, along with obviously of course a bunch of grass and trees. So I'll bring you back when I'm done with all the dirt roads. And there we go, I've gotten a nice little dirt road around the main part of the farm that I wanted. I will continue to probably route the road around once I start building other parts of this farm area. Now, one thing I'd also like in this farm area is a farmhouse for, you know, the figurative farmer that's going to live here. And I'm thinking of using diorite again, but actually, you know what? The build's already here. But yes, I kind of figured that maybe it was a good idea to just quickly build this off screen, just so we have a nice little farmhouse to go with the rest of our farm. Now, there is no internals at the moment, as I kind of need to decide what I actually want to do with this building. Perhaps use it as a way of accessing all our storage in this area, or maybe just for decorative reasons. Of course, we'll be adding other buildings soon as well to go along with it. But I think our next main priority is to actually make our combine harvester. I'm going to need to have to put this track underground now, just so we can actually hook it up to the track, and then get some ideas going with the actual combine harvester itself. And there we go, that is the track all done underground, and I've made sure to mostly clear out the area so that it can move through freely. Now, I am going to need a train station and some train cases to make a new train, and I also think I need to grab a bunch of copycat blocks, or at least all the different copycat variants, because I'm probably going to try and put as much detail into this as I can, at least a reasonable amount. So what I'm going to do is grab my backpack over here and head back to home base to make a bunch of copycat blocks and also some green concrete, because I'm probably going to try and base this off a real life combine harvester, or at least what I can recreate in Minecraft, of course. So if we grab a bunch of zinc over here, and I already do have some copycat stuff, but I'm going to get a kind of general collection of some of these different kind of types, just to kind of see what we can use to kind of experiment with. Grab some copycat bites, probably some copycat ladders, and definitely some slopes. Probably of both kinds, just in case we decide to experiment with some more interesting shapes. Okay, that's probably a good mixture of things that I would need. And now I need to make myself some concrete. Now, luckily, I do have some cacti. Honestly, I probably should actually plant some of these, as I kind of forgot to do that when I grabbed them many episodes ago. A little temporary spot over here, and I'm going to convert the rest of these into dye using our crushing wheels. We got 23 out of that, so hopefully that should be enough. Some gravel in here that I can mix with our sand to make our green concrete powder. And then I can just kind of just throw these into the washer just to get them to be converted into proper concrete. So I made some red and yellow concrete powder as well, just in case you want to use some other colors in our combine harvester. Now if we head back to our farm area just as the sun sets, we can make a start on this design. So first things first, we actually need to place a train station down, and I'll just leave the actual block over here for it. And if we create a new train and throw on a train casing, we can have this ready for the harvester to attach to. And the best thing to do here actually is get some glass panes that stick up high enough so that we can attach anything that the combine harvester is part of to the actual train itself without it being super obvious that it's underground. Okay, so the first thing I obviously need are some of these mechanical harvesters. So I made some of this reinforced green concrete. We do need these to go out by quite a bit, and then we can obviously attach our mechanical harvesters to the front of that. Also hoping I'm actually placing this harvester correctly. I might have to adjust where the middle of it is, but we can move things around, it's fine. And I know usually combine harvesters kind of have like little bits that stick out on the edges of them. Probably not a full size block's worth, but copycat blocks are obviously got their restrictions as well. I'm thinking maybe those two sticking out, and then using these layers kind of get something more interesting. Yeah, that's like a gradual slope, and then I can repeat that on the other side as well. And that's the kind of front part kind of done, although I think we can use some of these panels and these iron bars to go across the back of them. Although of course we're going to need to have some kind of attachment point. So perhaps just use our normal slopes with some weathered iron, because those can attach to the cab. Of course, we're going to also use some green concrete for. This is where the experimentation for the different kinds of shapes that I want is going to have to start happening. It's kind of nice that with some of these copycats, they blend really well together with the chipped blocks. I know these slope bits are kind of a little bit wonky, but they're not bad enough for me to not use. It would have been really nice if we did have steam and rails, because then I could have used their special metals that they have, but alas, just like the tracks, we don't quite have them just yet. This front bit's definitely gonna be where our cab is, so I think throwing up some more panels here, and then use some of this leaded glass to act as the window for the cab. And of course, going to need a little bit of a roof for this cab. Perhaps using some of these deep slate slabs with some steps so that it sticks out a little bit, but not too much. Kind of the same thing up here as well, actually, so that we have a little bit of layering with the cab. Then I think what I might do is use these shafts on the sides here, along with a metal bracket facing in this direction. And those kind of look like little wing mirrors. Actually kind of love that. And actually we can make use of our red and yellow panels here so that these can kind of act a bit like lights on the front of it. And of course, to access the cab, we are going to need some ladders, probably on both sides, just for the sake of symmetry. And I think just behind the ladder, we're probably going to have our big old wheels. And luckily, our deep slate has a stairs variant, so we don't need to use copycats for that. And I think for the middle of the wheel, we can just throw in a little yellow valve and do that on the other side as well. Then of course we just need to give it a little bit of depth to this combine harvester. I think I'm actually going to use some more of this reinforced green concrete. Some of these half panels kind of act like our little yellow stripe going across. Now this side I think is going to be a little bit different from the other side, because combine harvesters tend to have like a little bit of like almost like kind of piping coming out to empty the grains out of it into usually like a truck of some sort. And I think using these copycat fluid pipes kind of makes it look like one of those. Of course, they usually come out at an angle, but this will do for now. I think around the back here, we're going to continue our green concrete design. And we also need like a second smaller wheel back here as well. And I think just simply using some stairs a little bit further underneath kind of works. Although it's looking a little bit floaty there at the moment, so let's get some green concrete to go behind it. So it looks like it's actually attached to something. And then I need to more or less repeat this design on the other side, minus the pipe sticking out. It's something like that. I still wanted to add a little bit of fluid pipe in because it felt a little bit too flat without it. I just don't extend it all the way back. Now on the top of combine harvesters, they usually have some kind of mechanism that takes the hay and kind of like turns it around a bunch. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea really what it actually does. Unsurprisingly, I am not a farmer, but that's essentially what this is going to pretend to be. I'm not gonna put anything else in here, but that's kind of what it looks like from a distance. And of course, around the back, we should probably still have some more red lights. And I think that's pretty much what I want from this combine harvester. It's not super ultra detailed, but I think it works with what kind of design I was thinking of. And in fact, let's break through the ceiling here so we can actually get access to the inside. I'm gonna need to probably grab a mob at some point and bring them here to control the combine harvester. I'm gonna need some train controls here, but I'm gonna have to use another copycat panel at the front here just to cover up that gap. And then I'm probably gonna have to place some storage back here. I might just use normal chests. I don't think I need to worry about what I'm putting in here, just enough so that once it goes around the field, it should be able to pick up most things. Hey, I've added a portable storage interface, got our train controls in, a seat, and of course our chest to hold onto our produce. And I'm going to have to figure out how to offload this system. Obviously, this is pretty far away from the edge of a field, so I may have to build something into the field a little bit, or maybe just have like a conveyor belt going over, but I'll figure out something. Now, the next thing I need to do is glue it all together. And luckily this shouldn't be too difficult to do. I just need to make sure I actually get everything within my selection. To make sure I can connect these ladders, I am having to put in something behind it so it classes it as being connected, and then I can just remove it afterwards. Okay, I think I've gotten everything, and now I just need to make sure that this is connected to underneath. And that looks like it's all connected up. So now if I assemble the train, hopefully this should work. Then we're going to get in and I'm going to figure out if this works. And it looks like it does. And I didn't miss out anything as well. It's going a little bit fast, obviously. Very fast, in fact. I'll have to make sure there is a speed restriction on this as it moves around. But it is indeed working. I'm actually very excited by this. If only we could also get the wheels to turn as well. And actually, I've just come to a realization as well. It looks like these harvesters no longer take up grass, it seems. Because when I passed this area, it didn't seem to actually destroy any of the grass. So, okay, that's good to know, because I deliberately left the grass off of the road that crosses the farm, because I kind of figured that they would get destroyed. But no, it looks like I can re-add them back just fine. Also, this chicken is getting pushed around a little bit. Okay, so now I guess the next thing I need to do is fill up this field with all the different crops that I need. Probably going to have to get a bunch of bone meal and just spam some of the crops so I can actually have enough to plant them all. But luckily we obviously have our mob farm and we can use that to get all the bones and therefore all the bone meal as well. And there we go. There is a bunch of our plants planted. Also, we have a nice big wheat field over here. Got some onions, some cabbage, some carrots. I've got some flax here, which is actually from supplementaries, and that's going to be useful for other things. Potatoes, tomatoes, and beetroots. And I have left a little bit of space down here just in case I've forgotten about a crop for some reason, or if maybe I decide to add other mods that add more seeds. And you may have also noticed that there is no currently any pumpkins or melons, and that's mostly because the way they are farmed is a little bit different, so I'll have to create a separate crop farm for those. But I'm really liking how this is looking, especially the wheat field part with the combine harvester in. Unfortunately, that's all we actually have time for this week. I did want to get the combine harvester set up so that we can export from it. Unfortunately, this week I've had a few setbacks, both in real life and in the game. But hopefully we can catch up on some of those things next week, along with some other farm-related stuff as well. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye for now.